I did. Good morning, Committee Secretary and everyone on the platform. Do we meet a quorum?
Good morning, Chair. We just allowed Ms. Mwatse in, so we do have a quorum, Chair. Shall I do a roll call, Chair, for members on the
Recording
platform?
in progress.
Yes, please proceed.
Mr. Mbuyani,
Chairperson, good morning. Good morning to colleagues. I'm present. Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Dr. Ntwane, she was on the platform too. Ms. Floniana, she's also on the platform, Chair. Mr. Mulder,
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, all. I'm present.
Good morning.
Ms. Mwatse,
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning, everyone. I'm present.
Good morning.
Mr. Malamatia,
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. I'm present. Thank you.
Good morning.
Mr. Bergman,
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, everyone else. I am present. Thank you.
Good morning.
Chair, those are the members current on the platform. The others may still join us, Chair, and I'll keep you posted on that. Thanks.
Thank you. Can we have the agenda, please? Thank you. There we have the agenda. Can we just check whether there are any apologies?
Chair, the only apology that I have is from Minister Gina, who is not able to attend. She's attending a joint cabinet meeting. I have not received any other apologies, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can we have a move and a seconder for the adoption of the agenda as tabled?
Mr. Mbuyani, Chair.
Honorable Mbuyani.
Thank you very much, Chair, once more. I propose that we adopt the agenda as reflected. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mulder.
Chair, I'll second it. And may I please use the opportunity to ask you to be excused later. I've got a meeting in Pretoria around about 1 o'clock. If we're still busy, would you please excuse me from the meeting then?
Okay, thank you, Honorable Mulder. We note that apology. Dr. Ntwane?
Thank you, Chair. My apologies. I am also involved in a by-election, so I've got bad network here where I am as well. So
Okay.
if I log in and out, then it's because of the network issue.
Okay. Okay, that apology is noted. Thank you very much. So, members, the purpose of this briefing by the Office of the Auditor-General is for the Office to reflect on the audit outcomes of the DTIC and the 6 entities it assessed for the 2022-23 financial year. This will provide the committee with information regarding the accuracy and reliability of the reported financial and non-financial performance in the respective annual reports. It will also highlight any key areas affecting governance at the DTIC and its entities. This information should assist the committee in its oversight role when assessing the performance of the entities, taking into consideration the committee's objective to produce a budgetary review and recommendations report. Then the next agenda item, we will have the briefing by the DTIC. We will engage on the financial and non-financial performance for the same financial year, 2022-23. This is so that the committee can assess the performance of the National Department, against its resource allocation in compliance with Section 5 of the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act 9 of 2009. Can I just check who from the AG's office will be introducing the report?
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson and honourable members. Thank you so much for having us today here. My name is Kunai Mayberg. I'm not going to do the presentation of the report. I will be handing over to Sizwe, who will be doing the presentation on the outcomes of the DTIC portfolio for the year that we've audited. Before I hand over to him, I just want to share my appreciation, and Chairperson, you already indicated that the purpose is to share the outcomes, the governance, the focus areas, but I think more so we also want to share insights that we've gained throughout the year and the audit, so that we can also strengthen the ecosystem. We started last year introducing the accountability ecosystem, and all the role players in that ecosystem we do see as strategic partners that play a role in, at the end of the day, make sure that there's a change in the culture of government, where we see more performance, integrity, transparency, and at the end of the day, an improved and better citizens' experience. I think for the DTIC portfolio, we've seen over the years that in terms of outcomes, they're performing fairly well. And similarly, this year, we see that a number of the entities managed to maintain their clean audit outcomes, and some even improving into that space, which we are grateful for. But I think through this insight, we also hope to give you areas to focus on, so that at the end of the day, there is not just good audit outcomes, but that there is continued improvement in terms of the services, the experiences of the citizens, so that they feel the work that is being done by government. So, Chairperson, with that and our objective for today, I would like to hand over to Sizwe, if that is okay with you, so that we can then take you through the presentation.
We're losing you from time to time. Is it Mr. Nxumalo who's doing the presentation?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Nxumalo. You may proceed.
Yeah. Good morning once more, Chairperson. I'm trying to share my screen, Chairperson. I'm not sure if I have access to share.
You have the hosting rights, Mr.
Okay. Okay, I think I'm. Sorry, just a second. Not sure if the screen is visible, Captain.
No, it's not visible yet. We don't see your presentation. Maybe you must switch off your video so that we just have better bandwidth.
Okay.
You can switch it on again during the presentation. Committee Secretary, can we just see if we can assist them to flight their presentation, please?
We'll try to do that, Chair.
Oh, yeah, Chair. I think I managed to. Please.
Yes, just make it into slide mode. That's right, yes. You can proceed, Mr. Nxumalo.
Okay, Chair, I just want to switch on my video. No, thank you, Chair. Morning to you again, Chairperson. Good morning to the members. Good morning to the Minister, the DG of the department. Good morning to the heads of the various institutions present today. My name is Sizwe Ngumalo, Senior Manager in the Audit of the Auditor-General. So, Chair, our mission has remained unchanged, which is to strengthen the country's democracy. I think the BUL has touched on the importance of today's session, and Chairperson, you also did mention that we are here as an audit office to reflect on the audit outcomes of this portfolio, to assist the committee in its oversight role over the portfolio. The next slide is talking about the accountability ecosystem. The business unit leader had reflected earlier on to say, these are the role players that we have identified as an audit office that where if we work together collectively, it will result in an improved audit outcomes and service delivery in the portfolio. So for us to see the positive impact in the lived realities of the citizens, Chairperson, we need to work together as various institutions to make that dream happen. Chairperson, this slide, it's where we're listing the audits that we will be dealing with in this presentation, because I will be using abbreviations more going forward in the slides, Chairperson. So we have 7 entities and 1 department that we'll be dealing with in the presentation, Chairperson, which is Companies and Intellectual Property Commission, CIPC, Competition Commission, CC, National Credit Regulator, which is NCR, National Regulator for Compulsory Specifications, which is NRCS, South African Bureau of Standards, which is SABS, National Lotteries Commission, NLC, and Competition Tribunal, which is CT, Chairperson. And then on my right, we have Section 43 audits, which we as an audit office opted out of auditing them. They are audited by the private sector, Chairperson. So in this presentation, we'll be focusing on the 8 institutions, including the department, Chair. Chairperson, before we start the business of the day, we wanted to take stock of what we had recommended in the previous year when we met the committee regarding this portfolio. One of the key recommendations, Chairperson, was at SABS, the appointment of the fully functional board to lead the institution, Chairperson. And what we've noted this year, Chair, a board was established, appointed in December 2021, and they commenced implementing processes, Chairperson. And another recommendations, Chair, was at NRCS, the appointment of the CFO vacancy to be addressed timeously. Chairperson, this year, we've seen that it's still vacant. As at the end of the year, Chairperson, it was still vacant. So again, we will recommend later in the presentation that this must be treated with agency, Chairperson. Although the entity managed to obtain a clean audit in the current year, but stability will be important, Chairperson, especially at the CFO level. NLC, Chairperson, we had recommended, one of the key recommendations was for enhanced controls to prevent irregular expenditure, Chair. But this year, with the audit office identified instances of irregular expenditure due to supply chain management non-compliances. So this recommendation, Chair, has not yet been implemented in the current year, since we're seeing instances of irregular expenditure. And another recommendation, it was the review of annual financial statements before they are submitted to the audit office, Chairperson, just to prevent a situation where an audit process then is used to identify errors which were in the financial statements. So Chair, again, NLC this year achieved the qualified opinion because there were still issues in the annual financial statements submitted for audit. And lastly, Chair, we had recommended that the institution be quick in implementing consequence management on officials who may have permitted irregular expenditure. Chair, we have noted that those investigations were not yet started. There were still challenges with consequence management, and as a result, that was elevated in the audit report, Chair. Lastly, the filling of key vacancies, Chair, you will know that there was a time in the year, Chair, where there was no commissioner, there was no COO, there was no CFO at NLC, Chair. But we are happy to see that the commissioner was appointed chairperson, and in fact, 1 Feb, just later in the financial year, 2 months before the end of the financial year. And then chairperson, the CFO was appointed just after the financial year. We do note, though, that the COO is still vacant, chairperson, but we are happy that the board now was fully appointed May this year. So we have a full board as at May this year, Chair. So this will go a long way, chairperson, this stability now that has been created in the next cycle that we'll be dealing with as an audit office. So chairperson, this slide is just giving a snapshot of how entities are performing in the portfolio in terms of audit outcomes. This is the portfolio that has enjoyed a number of clean audit consistently for a number of years, chairperson. You will see that from the start of the administration, which was 2019-20, we had 6 audits which had achieved the clean audit status and 1 qualified, Chair. And then we had 1 which was unqualified with findings. And if we go this year, chairperson, you'll see we still have 6 audits that have achieved the clean audit status, and then 1 qualified, and then 1 unqualified, Chair. One thing to note, Chair, is in 2019-20, the qualified entity, it was NRCS, due to that revenue issue, accounting issue that we had challenges with in the other years. But now this year, NRCS has managed to move to a clean audit, and then NLC then came and replaced in the qualified category this year, chairperson. But overall, in terms of numbers, it's been consistent when you look at the audit outcomes, chairperson. And another thing to note, Chair, is we reflected also on the submission of annual financial statements. Last year, Chair, there were 2 institutions who did not submit annual financial statements on time, but this year there was only 1, so there has been an improvement in that space. And that one, chairperson, was SAPS. So, Chair, this slide is just reflection on the Section 4.3 audits that the audit office is not auditing, but just for information purposes to say those audits still, we see a similar pattern in terms of the number of clean audits, chairperson. Okay, the next few slides that I will deal with will give an overall picture of the portfolio, and then the last slides, I'll go a bit quick on them. I'll just lift key issues on each slide once I'm done with this overall portfolio message, Chair. So the 6 audits, Chair, that we are talking about that has achieved the clean audit status is DTIC, CC, CIPC, CT, and NCR and NRCS. One thing to note, though, that, Chair, was 4 auditees has been consistently getting these audits from the start of the administration, with the exception of NCR and NRCS, chairperson. And what we saw when we have assessed what is leading to this consistent achievement of clean audits, we did note that it's due to leadership oversight, which is very involved in the organization and making sure that the right things are done. And you have internal audit chairperson who are really executing their mandate in following up on audit action plans to address prior year audit findings, chairperson. And you have your audit committees which monitor the implementation of action plans, chairperson. So this is a recipe that has resulted in this portfolio overall getting clean audit status, with the exception of NLC in the current year, NLC and SAPS in the current year, chairperson. If I move to this slide, we're just reflecting on stability and governance and its linkage to the audit outcomes. And you'll see, chairperson, that NLC, during the year, there were instabilities in the entity, and hence you will see a particular audit outcome. The commissioner, as mentioned, was appointed later in the year, the CFO just after year end, as a fully substantive board in May this year after the financial year end. But chairperson, with now this stability that has been created, we do anticipate some improvements in the system, because now we do have stability in the system, chairperson. And SAPS, Chair, even though they got unqualified with findings, we had identified as an audit office some findings which were later corrected by management, and then as a result, it was unqualified with finding. But we must note, though, Chair, that there's still some instability in senior management with the absence of a CEO, permanent CEO, since 2018, Chairperson. Chair, here, this slide, we're trying to reflect on the quality of the submitted Fs. As mentioned, Chair, SABS and NLC submitted Fs which contain some errors. And then the audit team identified those errors and reported them, but SABS was able to correct those errors, Chairperson, and as a result, then got unqualified with fine. However, NLC, there was a challenge in addressing those errors. So as a result, some were addressed at NLC, but there was one which was remaining, Chair, just to point that out, and then it resulted in a qualified opinion, Chairperson. Here, we're just reflecting on the quality of the submitted annual performance report now, where institutions are showing their achievement against their targets for the year. What we've noted, Chair, is with the exception of the National Department and NCR, the other entities in the portfolio submitted annual performance reports which contain some errors that were identified by the audit office. But luckily, the entities could address and correct those findings, and as a result, then the final annual performance report was reliable. Here, Chairperson, we're reflecting on compliance with laws and regulations. Again, since we have 6 clean audits in the portfolio, the only auditees that are affected, Chairperson, is NLC and SABS. And one of the main areas of compliance that was identified by the audit office is in expenditure management, where there was failure to prevent irregular expenditure. So that was identified on both NLC and SABS, among other compliance areas that we identified. And again, the issue of material misstatements identified by the audit team after the annual financial statements are submitted, which points to proper reviews of annual financial statements before they're submitted to the audit office, Chairperson. And another thing that I want to highlight, Chairperson, in the current year, there was 103 million irregular expenditure incurred in the portfolio, with the fruitless and wasteful expenditure being 6.2 million, Chairperson. You will see in the later slide, Chair, how this 103 million is broken down in the various entities. But one thing to note, though, is we have 3 entities, which is NLC, NRCS, and SABS, which contributes the largest in this balance. And then the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, Chair, the chunk of it is SABS, which was interest and penalties, SARS interest and penalties to be exact. So, in this slide, what I want to lift is, in the current year, Chair, the audit office was forced to use its enforcement tool due to the expanded mandate or powers that were given to the office a couple of years ago, where it allows the audit office to identify material irregularities. So at NLC, the audit office identified that there was 6 million paid for a project which was never constructed. So there was supposed to be a construction of a sports complex, Chairperson, I think in Soweto. And NLC had paid 6 million towards that project. But you'll see in the later slide, Chairperson, when I show you the pictures of what the 6 million bought. So the audit office then activated the enforcement tool and raised a material irregularity because there was this financial loss of 6 million, which there was no corresponding value to it. And we are happy, Chairperson, that the accounting authority did accept the material irregularity and started instituting investigations, and disciplinary actions is in progress. And the accounting authority, Chairperson, committed that by 31st of December this year, they would have recovered this financial loss, which is welcome news, Chairperson. So, Chair, here it's just an overall key root causes and recommendations that we noted. Firstly, being the review of annual financial statements before the audit, which is affecting NLC and SABS chairperson, the adequacy of action plans that are developed, chairperson, to fully address the root causes in the system at NLC and SABS, chair, and vacancies in key positions, chair, as mentioned. Although the department, chair, I must mention, although the department has consistently gotten a clean audit, but there are still 1 or 2 key vacancies at key management chairperson which must be attended to, just to make sure that in the coming years we don't have a situation where we might regress. So I'll skip this slide. There is a similar slide at the end here that I will deal with the overall message for your committee. So, Chair, these are the slides where I said I will move quickly through them because I've touched on the key messages throughout my first part of the presentation. So I'll just pick key matters here that I'll want to elevate to your attention. So in terms of the annual performance report audit, chairperson, as mentioned, only the National Department and NCR could produce an annual performance report that when we audited, we did not pick up any material issues to it. The other entities, we picked up issues, but they were addressed. With the exception of NLC, chairperson, there was one issue which at the end was not addressed. And Chair, this was mainly due to there was an indicator or target for the year where the entity wanted to target funding of 10% to allocated projects in particular district, Chair. So I think in the country, Chair, we have about 52 districts. And the entity was supposed to identify certain districts that they will target in terms of funding, given their economic condition or demographics in the area, so that when they fund, there is particular attention to those districts. And then the target was at least 10% must be allocated to those districts, Chair. But the challenge came because that list, chairperson, was never finalized and developed. So now what happened is, so at the end of the year, it's difficult to measure if you've achieved, if you were supposed to select a few districts that you will target. But if you don't select those few and then you continue allocating throughout all districts, then it becomes then difficult to measure whether you have achieved or not. So that's the only issue which was raised at NLC, which was elevated to the audit report, Chair, on the audit of annual performance report, given how difficult it will be to measure this indicator, chairperson. So here, Chair, just a reflection on how the entities in the portfolio and the department are performing. And you'll see, Chair, overall, there is high achievement of targets. We are seeing a couple of 100%, chairperson, above 80%. So overall, there is an achievement of targets. But I want to point out one, chairperson, at NLC that was not achieved, which was the Act at NLC requires that the entity adjudicates applications within a period of 150 days, Chair, just to make sure that that need in a particular area is addressed as speedily as possible. And then the entity, Chair, had targeted 90% of the applications to be adjudicated within 150 days. But what was noted is they ended up achieving 61% in the current year, chairperson, and that is reflected in the slide, Chair, where the entity provided reasons why there was a non-achievement of this particular target, which is legislated in terms of the number of days. In the main, the committee that is supposed to adjudicate and approve these applications, Chair, started being operational in the first week of June. So there was two months in the start of the financial year where it was not operational. So it affected the achievement of this target, chairperson. So, Chair, this slide is about material irregularities. I've touched on it briefly earlier in the slide. Here, it's just to show you the picture of what the 6 million bought, chairperson. So this is the picture of a sports complex that was supposed to be built. And you can see in the picture on my left, chairperson, that there is no sports ground, but there was 6 million which was paid, chairperson. But one of the positives we saw, Chair, was this beneficiary was approved for 9 million. But when the conversation started, chairperson, between the audit team and the entity, in its processes, it was identified that there's no work which has been done for the 6 million that has been advanced. As a result, then the 3 million was withheld, and then that contract cancelled. So there was a saving of 3 million, which would have been paid, Chairperson. However, the 6 million was paid with no value for money. And one of the things we noted, Chair, as the audit office, is there tends to be large amounts which are paid upfront in these projects. With the first tranche in this case, if I remember, Chairperson, it was 3 million. And then the second tranche is dependent on checking if there's progress with monies which were advanced in the first tranche, Chairperson. But again, the second tranche was paid, Chairperson, given that there was no work done. So we've noted that as one of the key things which must be looked into, the issue of tranche payments, Chairperson, and then strengthening the conditions in the service level agreement that are entered into with the beneficiaries, Chairperson. So, Chair, this slide is just reflecting on the overall financial controls of the entity that then result in the production of the quality of annual financial statements. You'll see, Chair, that the red, if you look at the graph on my left, so NLC is the one that is appearing there. So SABS, it appears on in-year and year-end reporting, Chairperson, because there were misstatements identified by the audit team, but they were addressed by management. So as a result, there was unqualified with findings, but we will want to prevent that situation going forward, Chairperson, so that when the audit office comes in, the annual financial statements at that stage, they are credible and reliable and does not require any adjustment to get them to the reliability level, Chairperson. So, Chair, here we were assessing the financial viability of the entire portfolio, and what we've seen, Chair, there is no cause for concern when it comes to financial health of a portfolio. Although we have seen that the average data collection across the portfolio is about 38 days, Chair, which is 8 days more than the normal required levels to collect debts. And then again, payments to creditors, Chairperson, normally it should be within 30 days. We've seen that on average, it was 40 days within the portfolio. But in terms of the overall financial viability, we did not see anything which is a cause for concern for now. As a result, there is no audit that we can say cannot continue as a going concern, Chairperson. So, Chair, here we're just giving further information on the compliance areas we identified as an audit office between NLC and SABS. NLC, we had issues of procurement and contract management, Chairperson, which resulted in irregular expenditure in the entity. And then again, the issue of quality of financial statement that is dependent on the audit process. And then the prevention of irregular expenditure, Chair, and then the issue of consequence management. And Chair, consequence management is very important because if it's not addressed, then it results in a situation where there will be reoccurrence of irregular expenditure if it's not dealt with speedily. Chairperson, here, we're just reflecting briefly on procurement to say, although there are entities which received the clean audit, Chairperson, there were findings which were identified by the audit office in the area of supply chain management, Chairperson, but which when we evaluated as an audit office, Chair, they were not material enough to be elevated in the audit report. So these were found in Competition Commission, NRCS, and SABS. So they were not significant enough for us to elevate them. So we're just reflecting here to say we did identify these areas. So I think there must be close attention by management in those spaces to make sure that they don't get to a situation in the following years where we identify material errors. Chair, this slide is very important in a sense that we're trying to reflect on the change, a very significant change that happened in the space of irregular, fruitless, wasteful expenditure and unauthorized expenditure in the current year. So there was an instruction note from National Treasury, which was issued in January, just before the end of the financial year, Chairperson, which change the way irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure is disclosed in the annual financial statements, Chairperson. And the three key changes, Chair, was the movement of fruitless, irregular expenditure, Chair. For example, like if there is a condonation, it's written off, all those movements, Chair, they were taken out of the annual financial statements, and now they are reflected in the annual report, which is not subjected to audit in terms of providing an audit assurance. Secondly, Chair, the only thing which is reflected in the annual financial statements that are subjected for audit, Chair, is its irregular expenditure incurred in the current year with one comparative for the previous year, Chair. So when you look at your annual financial statements, you'll have incurred in the current year and incurred in the previous year, Chairperson. So that's the information that is in the annual financial statements. And then lastly, all historical balances, Chair, coming from opening balances are no longer included in the annual financial statements, Chair. They are now included in the annual report, Chairperson. So then what that does, Chair, is the fact that those disclosures, Chair, now are no longer in the annual financial statements, which is subject to an audit assurance. So the oversight bodies, Chair, must engage directly with their information in the annual report. But now what the audit office did when the instruction note was issued, there were processes which were revised in the audit process to make sure that when the oversight bodies are engaging directly with the annual report, they engage knowing whether the information there is complete and accurate. So then we continue to audit these balances, Chairperson, that are included in the annual report with the main goal or main objective of us to reflect in the audit report, not an audit assurance per se, but just to reflect to the users to say, if you engage with that information in the annual report, engaging knowing that it's not complete or accurate, so that at least the oversight bodies can provide the necessary oversight, knowing the credibility and reliability of the information, Chairperson. So, Chair, this slide is talking about that 103 million, Chairperson, that I spoke about earlier in the conversation, and I had promised that I will show you how it's split in the portfolio, and you can see that NLC accounts for 91% of this balance, Chairperson, with NRCS and SAPS taking just a smaller chunk to it, Chair. So the majority is coming from NLC, Chairperson. So, Chair, this slide is where the implication of that change in the PFMA compliance framework, Chair, is mainly affecting, because it deals with the closing balance and investigation of that irregular expenditure that is in the closing balance, Chair. What we saw in the portfolio, Chairperson, is when we did that assessment or audit of these balances that are sitting in the annual report, not to provide an audit assurance, but to indicate to users to say this information is reliable or not. We did identify that at NLC, Chairperson, we noted that the information is still not complete. And then we reflected that in the audit report, Chair, so that when you engage with the annual report, irregular expenditure information, Chair, you will engage knowing that there's some work that the entity is still working on the historic balances that are in the annual report, Chairperson. In terms of investigating irregular expenditure, Chair, you will see that the entire balance of 618 million, Chair, is still not condoned or removed. It's still sitting in the different annual financial statements. That's because for NRCS, CC, CIPC, and SAPS, the entities have investigated, Chairperson. So now they are in the processes of condoning the balances, which is welcome news. But for NLC, they still need to investigate the majority of the balance, Chairperson. Hence, we elevated the consequence management findings in the audit report, Chair. So, Chair, I'm end of the presentation with the aim to lift key insights or key areas that we saw which might require close attention to make sure that we get a portfolio in few years' time that is fully clean So these insights, Chair, are mainly focused on the two audits that did not get a clean audit, which is NLC, which got a qualified opinion, and then which is SAPS, the next slide, Chairperson. So NLC, Chair, what we saw is the issue which even resulted in a material irregularity, Chair, in terms of grant allocation. It comes from, so the entity, Chair, has two types of grant funding mechanisms. So there's what it's called application-based and what is called proactive funding, which is now called research-based. So application-based, Chairperson, is applications will be invited from the public on the three areas that NLC deals with, which is charities, arts and culture, sports and recreation. And then beneficiaries or potential beneficiaries, Chairperson, will apply for funding. And then there will be an evaluation process, and then there will be an adjudication and approval. And then the other one, Chairperson, which is called proactive funding, or now called research-based, it's when NLC will do some research on a particular need in a particular area, Chairperson, and say in that area, there is a need to build an old age home, for example. And then they will identify a beneficiary who will implement that project, Chairperson. So the audit office, it was not clear as to how a particular beneficiary will be selected to run that project, Chairperson. And that's where we saw the issues of grant funding, which resulted in the material irregularity, Chairperson. It's coming from this space, proactive funding. And one of the key things that we noted was, although we did not do an extensive exercise, but as part of the audit process, Chair, it was the current regulations are dealing with application-based funding, Chairperson, and not proactive funding or research-based. So there is a need to look at that space to see if regulations can be developed or enhanced to also cover the research-based or proactive funding, Chair. Because currently what will happen, Chair, is this proactive funding will be driven by policies that are developed by an entity, and policies can always change every year depending on the need and management at the time. But if we had regulations, Chairperson, regulations is law, and then whatever policy you'll develop, it must be aligned to law. So that's one thing we noted, Chair. And we also noted that maybe there is a need to enhance the grant conditions, Chairperson, in these service level agreements to make sure that we prevent further losses in future and have sort of stringent requirements in the SLA, which will allow the entity to make sure that the monies that are advanced, at least they are used for intended purpose, Chairperson. So SAPS, Chair, I think it's a matter of filling that CEO vacancy, Chair, with speed, so that at least there is stability. Already they've obtained an unqualified with findings, which is welcome news, Chairperson, I think for about 2 or 3 years in a row now. So now it's a matter of establishing that stability so that in future years we can see SAPS moving quickly to the clean audit category, Chairperson. So thank you, Chairperson. That is the presentation from the audit office to assist the committee in its oversight. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much for that presentation, members. Here we have the presentation, the briefing by the AG. Can I take hands for interaction with the report, please? Honorable Mulder.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you also for the comprehensive presentation. I'm going to switch off my camera because the presentation is still on the screen. I think the content speak for itself. I haven't specifically got questions on any specific issue that was addressed. It's quite clear. I want to now ask another question, and it is about the mandate of the department and whether the Auditor-General's office would agree on the following. The question that I want to ask is, before 2019, there used to be a Department of of Economic Development, which was incorporated into the Department of Trade and Industry with a new name added competition. If one audits the outcomes and finances of the department and the various sub-departments, subsections, would the Auditor-General's office be of opinion that the department has actually succeeded in contributing towards economic growth? Is there enough attention given in these departments to actually contribute towards economic growth, seeing that the former departments has been incorporated in the DTI? I know it's a bit of a peculiar question, perhaps, but what I want to try and establish, if one audits the department and the way that it spends its money, the question would be, would the contribution towards economic growth be sufficient? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mulder. Honourable Hloniana. Honourable Hloniana must just unmute herself. Honourable Hloniana, can you hear us? Okay, let's go to the next member, Honourable Monakedi.
Chairperson, thank you very much. My apologies if there is some background noise where I am. I firstly want to welcome the presentation. I think it's very clear in terms of the areas highlighted, areas that as a portfolio committee we should be able to follow up going forward as we interact with the department as it implements its plans. My question relates to issues around material irregularities, especially as it concerns the NLC, and that is, has the Office of the Auditor-General been able to take steps to ensure that a matter of this nature gets escalated and reported to law enforcement agencies in line, I think, with an amendment to the Auditor-General's Act that was done, I think, some 2 years or 3 years ago. So I just want to check as to whether from their side, have they been able to report issues of this nature, especially this one, to law enforcement agencies? Thank you very much.
Thank
Chair?
you, Honourable Hloniana.
Okay, can you hear me now, Chair?
Yes, we can.
Oh,
Proceed.
so sorry. It's been a dramatic day with Zoom today. Thank you very much, Chairperson. First and foremost, let me take this opportunity to welcome the presentation. It was eye-opening as well. But Chair, I just have one comment in the presentation presented. And is that, you know, I wish next time when they present on individuals or beneficiaries who have actually squandered the money, like that one of the stadium, which was supposed to be built in Soweto, and they've received 6 million, and then they didn't build anything. I honestly wish they can actually name them so that us ourselves as Parliament can know who they are, and as the whole country can know that a 6 million was given to better the lives of the people of Soweto, and then this beneficiary decided that they were not going to do that. So in the next time in the Auditor's Reports General, can they please just able to just tell us who the individuals are or who the companies are who received the monies and did not do what they're supposed to do? Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Hloniana. Honourable Thring.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my questions are fairly simple. Firstly, also appreciate the presentation. The first question is with regards to the Section 4.3 audits. What type of which are apparently not audited by the Auditor-General. So what type of audit system is used to audit the Section 4.3, which is your ECIC, the NEF, NGB, and NIMISA, and so on, Sanderson Companies Tribunal, and that. So how are those particular audits for the Section 4.3 units done? Secondly, Chair, it's with regards to the NLC, where insufficient and appropriate audit evidence was not obtainable, and approved allocation of grants were recorded in the financial statements due to the statements of the accounting records and so on. So there have obviously been challenges with the NLC. What kind of interventions has the Auditor-General indicated needed to be put in place for NLC as a result of them not being able to attain sufficient appropriate audit evidence? And then my final question is just some clarification over the takeover regulation panel, which has an outstanding audit because it apparently wasn't listed as an entity in the previous cycles. Thank you, Chair.
I think those are the questions. Over to you, Mr. Nxumalo. And Ms. Myberg, if she is still on the platform.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the honourable members. So let me try my best to respond to some of the questions. The first question was around the mandate of the department and whether the previous Department of Economic Development, if their mandate is sufficiently included in the APP. Unfortunately, at this stage, I won't be able to respond to that. So in terms of the methodology, we won't look at the entire APP, but we do selected programs. And if that one isn't included there, we won't necessarily look at the relevance of that indicators. I think it's definitely something that we can look in future, just to make sure that we also consider the indicators of what has been previously included in the economic development department. The second question around the mandate of the office that has been enhanced with our new powers. It's not so new anymore. Whether that MI was reported to a enforcement agency. So the quick answer at this point is no, it hasn't been reported to enforcement agency, but I would like to explain the process of this material irregularities. So during the audit, we've identified this payment of 6 million that was made for the sports grounds, and then we followed up and it met all the criteria for it to be a material irregularity. So then we've notified the NLC of this material irregularity, and whereafter we will then get the responses from them, which they gave. We will assess those responses, and if it's deemed to be sufficient, we will allow the entity to then implement those actions, which then include holding people accountable, doing an investigation, recovering the money, enhancing their internal controls so that similar instances don't repeat. We will then monitor and assess that according to our timelines. If at one point, if we then identify and see that NLC is not responding to or implementing the commitments they've made, then we have another process, which is then further steps where we can either then include recommendations in the audit report, which is binding recommendations, which will then almost force the entity to do these steps of investigation, holding accountable, identifying who was responsible, recovering the money. Alternatively, the other step is then to make a referral. And usually the public entities or public bodies that we refer to is in the likes of SIU, Public Protector, the Hawks, depending on in which category it falls. But at this stage, a referral is not, we're not in that stage of the process as yet. So if the NLC don't implement the commitments they've made in the time that they said they're going to make it, it will be something that we consider at that point in time. I think the intention of the MI process is the enforcement process, but it's also to enable accounting authorities to do what is required from them in terms of the PFMA. So that will then give them the opportunity to execute their mandate and their responsibility. In terms of the name of the company, unfortunately, I don't have that with me, but I'm sure we can make that available to the committee. The Section 4.3 audit system, what they use, so it is registered auditors that is being appointed to audit the Section 4.3 entities. They follow their own methodology, but all of them are registered accountants, CAs, so they are registered with SAICA. They are being reviewed on their rotation basis by IRBA. So at the end of the day, they do adhere to the same international standards that we would also have been adhering to. Sizwe, I'm not sure the last question in terms of the takeover panel, if you have any information on that one. Unfortunately, I don't have any information. Thank you, Chairperson.
No, thanks, Chairperson. Yeah, no, Chair, I think on the takeover panel, I'd like to request that we respond to a portfolio committee after the meeting to get more information to respond, since it's a Section 4.3 that is done, that is not audited by the audit office directly, so that we give accurate information. Thank you, Chair. And one thing, Chairperson, that I want to add from what the BUL stated on the Section 4.3 is on how they are audited. So on the area of the audit of annual performance report, because in the private sector, there is not an audit that is normally done. So they do that audit using our own methodology that we share. They have access to that methodology as well. So when they audit the annual performance report in compliance with legislation, then they will have access to our methodology to make sure that they cover those two aspects, since ideally in the private sector, they focus on the audit of financial statements. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. That concludes the AG briefing to the Portfolio Committee. Thank you very much to the Office of the AG. We move on to our next agenda
Chair,
item.
my apologies, Chair.
You have a follow-up question?
It's not a follow-up. It's just that I didn't hear the response to interventions that the Auditor-General may have made with regards to the NLC, the National Lottery Commission.
Ms. Myburg.
Thank you, Chairperson. So in identifying all the findings, we would then have made recommendations to the NLC so that they can strengthen their internal controls. Also making sure that they try and, well, first of all, try and locate this missing documentation that during the audit wasn't available. And if that is not available, they will have to follow other processes in terms of assessing whether it's practicable to continue looking for the information, which is then also guided in terms of the standards as of the processes that they need to follow. But first of all, the first recommendation would be strengthen the internal controls, make sure that all documentation is then properly maintained and retained, and match the documentation to the transactions which was previously issued. And thereafter also making sure that there is appropriate policies and controls in place. I think it's something that is currently happening within the NLC, where there is a drive to change the culture, to say we need to do the right thing, we need to strengthen controls, the policies needs to be enhanced, and all of that collectively work together to improve the overall environment within the NLC at the moment. And I think from our side, the recommendations would have been in the same direction to support the entity in making sure that they can reliably account for all transactions that they enter into. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Ms. Myburg. Honourable Thringhout, that covers you, and I think it also points to the oversight work that this portfolio committee does over the entities, and we must also flag whether they are addressing the interventions recommended by the Office of the AG, and that they are following the appropriate steps.
Yes,
I
thank
see
you,
you
Chair.
are unmuted, Honourable Thing. You wanted to speak on it?
No, I'm just saying thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay. Thank you very much. So our next agenda item is a briefing by the Minister on the annual report of the DTIC. Honourable Minister, over to you. And we note that there is a request by the Minister to be released by 1 o'clock, as he has to attend to a GOA meeting. So I think we must just then manage the presentation and the discussion so that we conclude by 1 o'clock. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to you, to members, honourable members of the committee, to the members of the Auditor-General's team, as well as the staff of Parliament and of the department. Chairperson, I see that the agenda item covers both the annual report as well as the Q1 report. I will be taking your guidance whether I do both presentations and then there is a discussion, or if it's intended that there would be one presentation, a discussion, and then the second presentation. May I just pause, Chair, for your guidance on this one?
I think let us take the annual report and the first quarter together, and then we'll open up, seeing that there are time constraints also.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm going to introduce the annual report by noting that the annual report itself is quite a detailed document, was tabled with Parliament a number of weeks ago. And our presentation today is really an opportunity to highlight a few areas. So it won't comprehensively cover all of the areas in the formal tabled annual report. But in addition to the annual report of the department, we've also tabled the annual reports of all the entities. So the presentation will also highlight some of the work that has been done by some of the entities. I'm going to ask that the document be flighted, Chairperson, and Tsulu Mushi, the parliamentary officer from the department or from the ministry, as always, is so helpful in these things. So I'm going to give her a chance just to put the presentation on the screen. Thank you very much. I think it is now on the screen, and I'm going to use the presentation as briefly as I can to run through the main issues. What the presentation will seek to do on the annual report, Chairperson, is do an introduction and identify some highlights from the DTIC portfolio. It will also do a summary for the key programs, and it will provide an opportunity to give information on financial performance and audit outcomes. And in the first part, the highlights from the portfolio, slide number 4, Chairperson, is really the standard one, which indicates the core focus outcomes of the DTIC. And I put this on because it frames what we will cover in the remainder of the report. And I would want to start by thanking Parliament for this opportunity to provide us with time this morning to take the committee through the annual report. I hope that both the annual report of the department and of the entities would give a sense of the work that was done over the last financial year. If we take highlights, in other words, we go beyond the enormous amount of detail that is in the report, I have identified on the following 3 slides 50 key highlights from the financial year. They cover a range of areas, like the investment conference that was convened last year and that secured commitments by businesses to invest some 322 billion rand. The master plans that we are implementing that covers more than 600,000 workers. The 65,000 jobs that were created through the Social Employment Fund. The jobs that are covered by competition guarantees that are secured during merger and acquisition processes. They covered 178,000 jobs in the South African economy. One of the highlights was the convening of the Black Industrialist Conference, which showcased more than 150 Black industrialists. There were 1,000 Black industrial companies and participants at the conference, and we had a number of them exhibiting, and we provided a detailed report to the committee on this. Another highlight was that more than 120,000 workers secured shares in the companies they work for during this past financial year, broadening the base of empowerment. And not only does it cover empowerment in that large numbers of Black South Africans now benefit, but also the worker share ownership schemes cover, it's 1 share for 1 worker. So it also enables white workers to benefit from it, building a strong non-racial base at the heart of our economy, which is very important for the long term. 200 million rand raised for localization support fund, 1,000 pro bono surgeries that are secured as a commitment from a large hospital group. That means that community members who don't have medical aid, who can't afford surgeries, and who are unable to access resources in public hospitals would be able to access this. More than 500,000 cars, bakkies, and taxis produced in South Africa, which maintained our status as Africa's largest auto producer. And this was a particularly important thing to secure at a time when we had significant energy and other challenges. And it shows the resilience of workers, businesses, managers in responding. We launched the South African, one of the big launches was the South African developed satellite for agriculture monitoring, built by a company, Dragonfly, with a capacity to monitor 1 million square miles daily of agricultural areas. A major court case won by the DTIC and SARS on illegal imports that enables SARS to confiscate millions of rands of goods. Flood relief provided to businesses affected by the devastating floods last year in KZN. 200 million rand provided for small-scale Black farmers as part of the Sugar Master Plan, so that we build the ability of those small-scale farmers to bring their product to market. We also had a new undersea cable connecting South Africa with West Africa and Europe, completed by Google following an investment pledge they made to the South African Investment Conference. A number of South African films that were produced with DTIC support, including Silverton Siege, Umbrella Man, The Woman King, and Blood Psalms. And continuing with the next 15, that South Africa led and concluded a global deal on the right to produce COVID vaccines through a waiver of intellectual property rights at the World Trade Organization. The AFC FTA tariff offer that was agreed with INSACO for the African Continental Free Trade Area. A number of business forums that were held with foreign investors and prime ministers or presidents from different countries. They include Spain, Botswana, Saudi Arabia, Cote d'Ivoire, Japan, Kenya, the United Kingdom. Our export of apples crossed the 3 billion rand threshold, making South Africa the 5th largest exporter globally of apples last year. Our sunflower oil exports surpassed the 1 billion rand mark, with a major new market access to countries like the UAE, Malaysia, and others. A Black Exporters Network was launched, enabling more South Africans to participate in global markets. Shoprite Checkers committed to, within 5 years, to localize 500 million rand additional food products that were previously imported, and it will also create 18,500 new jobs in that 5-year period. In Ashton, Langeberg, a factory was saved from closure, with 4,000 seasonal worker jobs saved. Heineken committed to export products made here in South Africa and to build a new maltery. A 1.3 billion rand energy resilience fund was designed and launched in the new financial year. The school uniform costs were investigated by the Competition Commission. That investigation was concluded and the remedies implemented. Clothing retailers committed to local production and the industry recorded jobs growth. The scrap metal export prohibition was introduced to deal with cable and metal theft. Some 383,000 new companies were registered through the CIPC using a same-day registration portal, and unqualified audits were obtained for 18 of the 19 DTIC group entities, and a cleanup progress is in place with the National Lotteries Commission to root out poor governance and the impact of corruption. And then finally, as part of the 50, we identify 20 new factories or new production or new investment that we wanted to highlight. They include the start of production in South Africa of the Isuzu D-Max Bakkie in April last year, the new bricks production facility opened by Corobrick with a capacity to make more than 100 million bricks a year. The VW Polo exported its 1 millionth Polo produced in South Africa, and that is sold in 38 countries. Kerry Food opened a manufacturing facility in Hammersdale. Sigma launched a new call center in Mitchells Plain to service global customers. Metair opened officially the wire harness factory in Kwadukuza. It's a facility that employs 4,000 people. Sapicycle had a new pulp production facility opened in Umkomaas by the president. Sandvik opened a new capital equipment plant in Ekurhuleni. Impact Plastic Containers expanded production in Brits, making the wheelie bins in South Africa. Lactalis completed the construction of a cheese production facility. Daimler Truck opened their new distribution center that they had built. Consol expanded its Nigel bottle making facility and produced South African-made drinking glasses. ArcelorMittal produced mainline rail in South Africa for the first time in many years, with capacity to do import replacement of 500 million rand a year. The new Ford Ranger was produced in Silverton from November last year, following a 16 billion rand new investment. There was local production of solar panels from October. Construction of a new steel mill in Wadeville commenced with a 3.3 billion rand investment. There was a plastic injection company that was opened in Tshwane, SEZ. A floor carpets company, Feltex, that opened a plant in Tshwane, SEZ. And a thermal forming and blow molding company, ADT Alliance, that opened a plant in Tshwane, SEZ. And finally, the structural steel work for the Msikaba Bridge on the N2 in the Eastern Cape is done locally at the Highveld Steel Plant. So here we have an example that the iron ore is dug in the Northern Cape. It is processed in KZN and in Gauteng into steel billets. It's then transformed into a steel structure in Mpumalanga by Highveld Steel. And it is then, when it's completed, it will be transported to the Eastern Cape to enable residents and visitors to travel from the Eastern Cape's beauty spots to KZN and cutting down the travel time. And it shows the way in which the national economy is being developed and built. So I ran very quickly through that, Chair. A lot of the detail of that is in the various annual reports, and it's in the rest of the presentation. I will not go into all the detail in this presentation because we covered those reports very substantially in the 4 quarterly reports we tabled at the Portfolio Committee in the course of the last 12 months. But just to highlight a few of the key areas, 18 unqualified audits across the portfolio of 19 entities. 1 entity received a qualified audit outcome, that is the NLC. And we've now aggregated the numbers. So in total, 14 unqualified audits with no findings, what's called a clean audit, 4 unqualified audits with findings, 1 qualified audit, which is the NLC. The focus for the new year is to address the PFMA and the triple PFA challenges that is faced by the IDC and the NEF, and to improve the control environment in the entities where gaps have been identified. That's an important part of making sure that we can keep on improving on the audit side. The next phase of SA Bureau of Standards reform will be to address and strengthen further financial management. The Takeover Regulation Panel was listed as a Schedule 3 entity of the DTIC from 28 March and is therefore not included in the previous cycle. So we've had an increase in the number of auditable entities that fall within the control environment that we monitor. And the audit opinion has just been received, so we were able to include it here. The NLC was qualified on the allocation of grants and a material irregularity was identified. And honourable members will recall that I had written to the Auditor-General 2 years ago to bring to the AG's attention what we were uncovering with the work of the internal audit of the DTIC, as well as the forensic that I had commissioned, and of course the excellent work that was done by the Special Investigations Unit. And I appreciate the work that the Auditor-General has done also in this audit. The cleaning up of the NLC is now underway, and it's expected that a significant improvement will be effected in the systems and controls over financial decisions. We have a completely new team in place in the NLC, and this is a priority for our work. I'd like to thank Kone Myberg and Sizwe Ngumalo, as well as Rodney Matabata from the Auditor-General's office, as well as Mr. Vinay Rambali for the work that they've done with the teams in the DTIC group. Moving to the investment pledges, some 322 billion rand of pledges were made in the conference that was held last year. We provide more information, and what we've done is in the course of the financial year and in previous financial years, we've provided Parliament with detail, not just of the pledge, but when a factory is completed or production commences, we indicate that this is one of the pledges. So if we now walk around on a South African road and we see a new Mercedes-Benz C-Class, that would have been through a commitment that was made at an investment conference. If we see, for those who may not want to only see Mercedes-Benz, if you see a Ford Ranger or a Corolla Cross or a D-Max Isuzu Bakkie, all of these are examples. But it's not just in the car industry. If you've had a J&J vaccine during COVID, that facility would have been one of those that had been an announcement. Much of the food we get, even the facility that we're using to link up with other countries through Zoom meetings has been strengthened through the undersea cable that has been announced. Mining products, some of those diamonds that people are able to buy for jewelry would have come from these investment conferences. Clothing that is made. So many different examples of the pledges getting to being implemented and supporting the opportunities for smaller businesses. 79 firms and entities made new investment announcements. We provide the committee with information that more than 100 billion rand of the investment is flowed as at 8 September. We've also provided information on approvals by the IDC of loans and equity support investment, 21.7 billion rand that has been supported. And just to go back here, some of this money is off-balance sheet money that we would have raised, and we provide information for women and youth-owned businesses and other key demographics. Approvals by the NEF and disbursements by the NEF is given, and we approved a significant sum, about 30 billion rand across the IDC, DTIC, NEF, and the partners that we have through the competition settlements. And honorable members will see there a breakdown of the various resources that we've been able to get. All 8 metros were supported, and 42 out of the 44 district municipalities had some presence of DTIC group entities. We provide some job numbers through the global business services and what has been exported through that. We also highlight the shift over financial years. We've moved from 24 billion rand to 30 billion rand. And honorable members may be puzzled that we talk of 30 billion rand when the budget, the entire budget of the DTIC and its entities is much lower than that. And that's because we use the balance sheet of the IDC and the NEF very actively now. And we provide information here on support programs to enterprises outside the main metros, 12.5 billion. Support for SMMEs, women and youth empowered business, 7 billion. Support to black industrialists and black-owned firms, 8.5 billion rand. And support to enterprises in labor-absorbing sectors, 7 billion rand. This is just a map showing the various district municipalities where the DTIC group is actively involved. We also provide information on the economic recovery. The about 724 million rand was for businesses that had challenges in the operating environment. 114 businesses were supported, covering more than 5,000 jobs. The next section covers some of the work of the Sugar Master Plan. We cover poultry, the investments made, sugar, the amount spent on small-scale farmers, the automotive sector, some of the big announcements that were made, and the production that started of 2 big Bakkie production, Ford, as well as Isuzu, and then the wire harnesses that we did. In the slide number 19, we look at the partnership between Ford and Met-Air that enabled investment of 804 million rand to be unlocked. And I've provided already information on the work around the Special Economic Zone, the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone. It now has 10 suppliers. At the start of this administration, it was an open felt. There was nothing there. By the close of this administration, it's a buzzing, active special economic zone that has been built from the initial work that has been done to the point now where it is a big supplier to one of our largest auto manufacturers. On steel and fabrication, we provide information that I can cover, for example, a few of these, that the total investment for a large new plant that we hope will be completed, the construction will be completed in this financial year, will produce 500,000 tons of flat steel per annum and 250 new jobs. So the foundations of that were laid in the last financial year when the construction started. And we provide information on the Highveld complex and the manufacture of 15,000 tons of rails per month, and the reopening of that facility that will support the South African economy. The jobs through master plans, construction jobs, 4,800, 1,000 jobs that were supported with a D-Max Bucky, and 10,000 created across Ford's local supplier group. Looking next at highlights on the equity equivalent investment program, it achieved 1.1 billion rand in localization, and jobs were also created in various industrial parks, and jobs were created during industrial park revitalization. So this slide covers EEIPs as well as the work done on industrial parks and the work on our local economic development. Global manufactured exports, 700 billion plus of exports in the year, 320 companies supported with exhibitions, and we had state visits with Germany, Saudi Arabia, Spain, and the United Kingdom, among others. We highlight here the work of the Competition Commission and the Competition Tribunal. For example, just as one example of an automatic sprinkler where the Commission did some work, and it was alleged that there was collusion. Territories were divided up between competitors. This is against the law, and the 10 listed installers ultimately settled and paid administrative penalties. We highlight, we had a number of key ones. The department decided to highlight the Heineken merger with significant new investment, and honorable members will see the sums in the first block, more than 10 billion rand of investment, as well as Greenfield, Maltery, and Brewery. And then the localization support and support for historically disadvantaged persons, the selling off of the Strongbow brand to a majority Black owner, the Supplier Development Fund, the ESOP, where workers were able to get shares in the company, and the company also committed to maintaining job numbers for a 5-year period. School uniforms, I've covered this earlier. This has been a big challenge for parents when schools over-tailor the uniforms and they only give one supplier and one shop the right to sell with huge markups. So we've brought some competition into this area. There were small merger guidelines that were issued by the competition authorities. On trade policies, we did quite a bit of work on tariff adjustments and rebate provisions, 5 of those plus 4 trade remedies and 6 provisional measures. And these would cover things like refrigerators, as well as rebates on flat steel products, and titanium dioxide used for the manufacture of paints, sunset reviews on cement and unframed ministers and unframed mirrors, an anti-dumping duty on float glass. And then on social compacting, ITAC did work to get 97 million rand in new investment commitments, and they have estimated 128,000 jobs are covered by trade interventions and past anti-dumping and safeguard duties. And the work of ITAC in the department has unlocked 258 billion rand of exports and domestic sales of motor vehicles. There are also other highlights, the ease of doing business. We've looked at the number of companies the CIPC has registered using the one-day facility, the debt rearrangements by the national, the NCT, the tribunal dealing with credit, the National Credit Tribunal, the technical standards published by the SA Bureau of Standards. On state capacity, the DTI changed its structure with 10 programs reduced to 9 to enable greater impact on connected work areas and reduce organizational silos. Reviewed the number of posts in the department with unfunded posts removed from the system and new adverts issued to reflect the changing organogram. We refocused separate entities into a new DTIC group identity with 3 cross-cutting goals: industrialization, transformation, and a capable state. And while work was done on potential consolidation of entities, this was not completed in the financial year, but work was completed on a revamped and new annual performance plan for the new financial year, the one we're in now. Quarterly reports were provided to the portfolio committee, and we changed that to evaluate impact rather than only process. We had new case studies in each quarterly report to show the impact of DTIC work on the lives of South Africans. We had appointment processes strengthened to identify talented persons to serve in the DTIC group. And though the changes are having a positive effect, there's still considerable scope to improve the functioning of the department and many of the entities. One of South Africa's most significant challenges is to build strong capability in the public sector. This slide just shows more than 70 key appointments made across the DTIC group. The National Lotteries Commission, we've got a new board appointed with 6 persons, and it's chaired by Dr. Bani Pitiana. The previous commissioner was subject to an investigation and resigned. Measures were taken against the previous board members by the SIU for recovery of monies. Outstanding criminal prosecution is awaited, and new commissioner Jody Scholz was appointed. On the SABS board, a new board was appointed with 8 members, chaired by Dr. Malinga, and it was taken out of administration. Doris Tsepe was appointed as the Competition Commission. Liberty Ngube as the Deputy Chair of the Competition Tribunal, with many eminent names of senior advocates who are taking bench acting appointments. Companies Tribunal chaired by Judge Dennis Davis with 11 new appointments. Advocate Rory Voller appointed to serve a 2nd term on the CIPC. Ayabonga Tawe appointed as the new Chief Commissioner of ITAC. Mandisi Nkushlu appointed as CEO of the Export Credit Insurance Corporation. He sadly passed away after the appointment, chairperson, and I want to just pay tribute to him and observe his memory as an outstanding South African who gave to public service and who really worked hard on the work of the ECIC. BEE Commissioner Tsidiso Matona was appointed. A new CFO for the DTIC is awaiting Cabinet approval. The Financial Standards Reporting Council, we appointed 17 board members and is chaired by Dr. Len Konar. The National Consumer Tribunal, 11 members appointed, chaired by Trevor Bailey. And the Broad-Based Black Economic Empowerment Council was appointed with representatives across the South African economic spectrum. We provide a bit of information on global economic outlook and risks. over this period. I'm going to just note them, the challenges for the South African economy and some of the growth drivers in the South African economy. Honourable members will have copies of these. And then lessons that we've learned, the importance, 3 big lessons: that economies and supply chains are vulnerable and that we must build greater resilience, that societies need capable states in this age where there are so many external challenges and internal challenges, and the absence of economic justice places the burden of climate, social, or geopolitical disruptions on those in society that can least afford to shoulder these burdens. On the annual performance summary, we've provided here information on the KPIs that were achieved. I think it's about 97% achievement. And it's a big improvement on the previous financial year. Not only have we increased the number of performance outcomes very, very substantially, but we've also improved the percentage of them that we've achieved, with only 4 that were not achieved in that financial year. There's a scorecard on the achievement by program on slide 38. And slide 39, we go into the reasons where some of the targets were not achieved. For example, the draft regulations on anti-dumping, it was actually completed, but more consultation was required, which in turn required rethinking some of it. The patents bill and the draft design amendment bill, we prioritized the company's amendment bill to get that tabled in Parliament during the new financial year. And the NEV roadmap, we costed it carefully, and we found that the proposal that had been submitted by industry was very costly, and we needed to redesign the package to be more affordable. So all 4 of those areas have moved forward in the new financial year. We provide a bit of information in the next number of slides for each program. I'm not going to cover them in detail, Chair, because they're very, very detailed. But here you see all eligible creditor payments were processed within 30 days. You get information on employment equity in the department. We look at the program 2, the work done on the AFC FTA, on SACU, on SADC. You'll see the bilateral engagement with the rest of the world, the work we did on greasy wool to China, and on Saudi, the meat ban, where the big progress was made in the following financial year, but the foundations were laid in the past financial year. Work at the World Trade Organization and with the European Union, the work we've done on non-proliferation, and the work with BRICS and the G20 trade ministers meetings, the BRICS meetings, work we did on special economic zones, the work that was done on designating a new SEZ, as well as on industrial policy in program 4, the work we've done on poultry and furniture, as well as the work that was done in chemicals, in pharmaceuticals and medical devices. Many of these are set out in a lot of detail in the annual report, and the work of the entities, the unveiling of the Pfizer BioVac freezer farm in Cape Town in March, the work on white goods. This is fridges and so that are produced in South Africa. Work on primary mineral processing and the launch of the Sandvik investment, as well as the work on score metals, the investment in flat steel production. We've also done work on the steel and metal fabrication master plan. We point out there the procurement of local products by PRASA, the additional trade measures we took, including the scrap metal export prohibition in this period. work on the Companies Amendment Bill and the Copyright Amendment Bill, as well as implementation of an element of the Merchandise Marks Act with the Rugby Sevens World Cup tournament, and various appointments that were done. On industrial financing, we provided information in the annual report on the work that has been done, payments that have been made, number of projects paid, the rand value of it, the disbursements on youth, on women-owned businesses, on Black-owned businesses, on small businesses. Each of these honorable members would see the details set out. Our work on global markets, and here we provide information on big outreaches. Right at the bottom, there's, for example, a signing ceremony where we signed or we witnessed the signing with the UAE Minister of a facility that I will report on the rest of Africa and our broader African agenda, the work that had been done over a period with Botswana, Namibia, Egypt, and others. Export promotion. Here we see various activities that were highlighted in the year that we had provided information to the Portfolio Committee. Here's the launch of the Black Exporters Network and the Japan-South Africa Forum, as well as the Black Industrialists and Exporters Conference, and the products that are made by 139 Black-owned entities that showcase their work. On Program 8 on investment, we've provided detailed information in the course of the year on the work done on the ease of doing business, as well as securing the support of local municipalities to make it easier to implement various investment projects. And here is just a bit of information on the various investment-related meetings, business fora, projects, outward missions, and so on that we participated in. The various measures to improve the impact of investment. For example, there was a delayed visa application for Caterpillar staff, which we then resolved with the Department of Home Affairs. For example, the Ford had visa applications that we worked on. And these are all highlighted over a number of slides. And we've just selected out of that 25 examples. The competition program 9 did 49 mergers where they participated on public interest issues. 271 merger notifications were received, and we were also able to get some significant outcomes. For example, with Consul on an employee share ownership program, with Shoprite on additional jobs created, and localization of their supply chains. In the Implats merger, there were also some significant areas that were identified. I've referred to the pro bono surgeries agreed with Mediclinic, and a number of other ones are given there. One of the big areas was the Social Employment Fund. This had a very significant number of workers that were employed doing socially productive work. Program 10 on economic research provided a range of information, including on the district development model, on the ESOP register, and signed an MOU with Northwest University on skills development. They did opinion pieces and various fact sheets on various matters. They also did some work on scrap metal. If we stand back on the detail, the journey thus far, the report and the results of the past year reflects progress on a 4-year journey since the start of the administration. We do recognize that within 9 months of the start of the new administration, South Africa was exposed to the first of 5 major shocks to the economy. They were the pandemic, with the associated lockdowns and the global recession, the July 2021 civil unrest in parts of KZN and Gauteng, the war in Ukraine, the April 2022 floods on the eastern seaboard, and the extensive load shedding due to the energy crisis. In this time, the DTIC and businesses had to work very closely together. We had to improve our core delivery, unlocking new investment, and working with firms to invest in an environment that had a number of challenges. But we've also changed in significant ways. We've reinvented and reinvigorated our work through a number of landmark shifts, as we highlighted in the foreword to the annual report. We've shifted from IPAP, that was a broad framework, to much more detailed master plans as part of our reimagined industrial policy. They've laid the groundwork for continued growth. We've highlighted in the slide many of the key gains that were made, the 2 new major car manufacturing plants that we've got MOUs with Stellantis, Bike that's already built their factory, the opening of the wire harness factory in KwaDukuza, the balanced approach that we have with poultry, the work by ITAC, the creation of additional jobs in the animal feed sector, the opening of a major pulp facility that will see 5.5 billion rand in output and exports. We've also moved from 48 countries that we have preferential market access to now having laid the legal basis for 89 countries with preferential market access, mainly through the African Continental Free Trade Area. We've moved at the start of the administration, or just before the start of the administration, having no investment target. Investment wasn't a major core of work of the across government, to one now where we had 1.5 trillion rand in commitments that were secured, and I've spoken to this previously. The slide indicates a lot of detail of what we've been able to achieve. We've moved from unilateralism, where government makes key decisions, to mutual commitment, where we say to the private sector, we will engage with you, but we also need you to bring key investment and jobs to the equation. From crisis, we've had a number of crises in this administration, to economic recovery, where we now have the recovery of some of our exports. We have our GDP bouncing back, job numbers bouncing back in a difficult environment. From a highly concentrated economy, we've moved now to boosting structural transformation. In this administration, we've laid the basis. We've published a landmark Competition Commission economic concentration report. We've launched a number of market inquiries with far-reaching outcomes. Data prices, for example, were slashed. Online e-commerce markets are being opened up, and major agreements on public interest conditions in mergers are being concluded that effect structural transformation in the economy. And what these supplier development funds do is they bring small and medium businesses into the South African economic mainstream. 140,000 workers are now shareholders in the companies they work for, and major corporations such as PepsiCo, Coca-Cola, Shoprite, and Heineken have worker directors on their company boards. By agreement, Black industrialists have expanded production and jobs, participating in exports and deepening their presence in key productive sectors of the economy. We've moved from 19 institutions that were only connected by the fact that they had the same cabinet member they report to now the idea of the DTIC group. We merged 2 departments into one at the start of the administration. We took the various entities and we've given them a much more focused approach. We've had to deal with the stubborn legacy of state capture and combating and rooting out corruption at the National Lotteries Commission, as well as helping the South African Bureau of Standards to exit a long period under administration and these were important gains. In addition to these efforts, a strong foundation is being laid for future growth, jobs, and economic inclusion, with initiatives launched that will bear fruit in future years. In the final year of the administration, we hope to take further steps along these pathways to deliver a transformed department and an economy that will keep working for South Africa in the years ahead. The financial report has been prepared by the CFO. We were so fortunate to have not only Shabir Khan as the CFO for the department for a period of the work of in this administration. Is now the Accountant General, but we've also had Irene stepping in, and she's done a fantastic job in the work as acting CFO for the department, and her report speaks volumes through the lens that was supplied this morning by the Auditor-General that indicated the strengths of the department. And all the numbers here, she has previously taken the portfolio committee through these numbers for each quarter. This is now the annual one that is available, and she is on the platform able to take the committee through any of the issues. We've covered the audit matters, and that covers the annual report of the department. Chairperson, if with your permission and based on your previous advice, I'm going to ask that the Q1 report be put on the platform so that we can run through that report. It's quite a significant shift that we've made from last year's annual performance plan to the new annual performance plan. And the new annual performance plan is based much more not on the processes, but on the outcomes. Last year, a lot of our APP targets were processes. They were a report. Actually, we began to report the outcomes. This year, we're not only reporting the outcomes, but we also have changed the very targets that are set. So if I may then, Chair, other than taking a small sip of water, go straight to the Q1 report.
Thank you, Minister. Let's proceed.
Yeah, we're
Please
just
take
asking.
a sip of water.
Thank you. If I can just ask Tsulu to get the presentation on the screen, and in the meantime, then indicate by way of a brief introduction to the report that what the report will seek to do is cover a number of the outcomes and outputs that we've given ourselves for the financial year. And the work will cover some key messaging, the context that we're working on, the progress with the DTIC's core outputs. We're going to look at master plans as well as stakeholder targets and transformation. We're going to look at the Q1 performance and in some detail. So I will then immediately go to the introduction. It's the first quarterly report under the new APP. It focuses on 45 concrete outcomes. We did work on all of these outcomes with significant progress in a number of these. This report provides a summary of progress with all 45 outcomes, and then it covers in more detail 26 of the outcomes. And the next report we hope, because the next report we hope would not be shared with the annual report, we then want to do a more detailed one where we can cover all 45 outcomes. So it would be quite a thick one covering Q2. We've selected 20 highlights so that in the detail of the report, we don't miss a couple of the highlights. So not the only highlights, but the 5th South African Investment Conference was hosted by the DTIC with a cumulative investment commitment secured since 2018 now totaling 1.5 trillion rand. We signed an agreement with Citibank committing 1.3 billion rand of investment in urban development and support for Black industrialists in a new envisaged Vaal SEZ. An AFC-FTA business forum was co-hosted by the DTIC, bringing together firms across the continent to plan on expansion of trade. 2.3 billion rand in exports of global business services was achieved in this quarter. Rainbow Chickens announced the completion of a 220 million rand investment that will result in massive additional localization and has already created 750 jobs at the Rainbow Chicken Hammersdale plant. The Veer aluminium plant made a 550 million rand investment. We published the regulations to know your shareholder to respond to grey listing. A ministry-level meeting with the UAE saw the signing of an energy agreement partnership for renewable energy in the South African market. 238 billion rand of manufactured goods was exported to the rest of the world in the last 3 months, 95 billion rand to other African countries. An AFC-FTA Council of Ministers meeting agreed to rules of origin for certain clothing products. Bravo Brands opened a new factory production facility in Cape Town with 230 new jobs. Lighthouse Footwear and Leather Factory was revamped and opened in Kwadukuza. 5.8 billion rand was disbursed in loans and incentives by the DTIC groups and partnership funds. 289 million rand of projects were approved to support firms affected by energy challenges. We also supported a number of projects that together have 975 megawatts of energy to try to get their projects facilitated. We published compulsory specification for light bulbs to promote low energy lighting for homes and offices. 2 block exemptions from certain competition provisions were issued to energy producers and energy users to enable them to collaborate to manage the energy challenges. Business forums were held with foreign investors from Finland, Singapore, Netherlands, Denmark, and Bulgaria. Black industrialists in 642 firms supported by the DTIC group were recorded as employing 63,000 workers in South Africa, and the survey will be updated with additional firms. And finally, in this quarter, more than 6,000 workers were able to secure shares in the companies they work for as a result of efforts by the DTIC group. So that's just a highlight and an overview of what would be in the presentation. We provide a section that just recalls for the committee our industrial policy. Starting on the right-hand side of the slide, it looks at what industrial policy seeks to address. Wealth and income disparities, joblessness, low savings, low growth, high carbon emissions, and many others. The aim would be to combine growth with transformation and boost local production. The outcomes are industrialization, transformation, and a capable state. We provide information on the 10 core strategic priorities that we've given ourselves as contained in the annual performance plan. We've also identified here what industrial policy seeks to, what are the various tools that we use in industrial policies, from supply chain logistics to R&D to education to competition policies, trade, financial policies, and macroeconomic policies. Then on the operating context, on the global economy, we provide the committee with information that shows that the global economy is resilient, but world manufacturing is under severe pressure and commodity prices are now off their recent highs. That has a challenging impact on South Africa, and there are slides on real GDP growth, as well as manufacturing and commodity price movements. We also provide information that indicates inflation is moderating, but there's still tight monetary policy by central banks in many parts of the world and concerns about debt sustainability involving significant macro financial risks. World trade is slowing as demand is weakening. This is a big challenge for South Africa because so much of our economy is connected to the global economy and to the appetite for exports and for imports by countries. World GDP is projected to expand by 3% in 2023, we also provide details on the South African economy. Low GDP growth, but fixed investment is recovering gradually. We see also that the balance of trade is marginally in surplus, but there's pressure on the export front, and imports is still a big challenge that we need to deal with. We've made some progress from the start of the administration, but we now have a surge in imports. Some of it is energy related, as the energy situation recovers, we should be able to get more progress in that area. On investment support, looking at the 10 key areas, the context is challenging, load shedding, weakening global trade flows, generally weaker domestic economic conditions. And so against this more difficult environment, we needed to step up our action as DTIC. We convened the 5th South African Investment Conference and announced a number of new investment. We hosted new business forums to attract foreign and domestic investors. We took steps to address load shedding. We saw an increase in government spending and investment, and there were a number of actions to unblock obstacles to various investment projects. This just indicates the progress that had been made. 220 billion rand in investment pledges were secured in Q1. Now, I should say that we had a bonus in this period, and that was that the investment conference was held in April, which meant that the benefit of that last 1 or 2 months of work all was secured in the new financial year with the 207 billion rand of the investment pledges that were officially inked in this new financial year. So that's a once-off benefit. We'll have to work very hard to be able to sustain for the rest of this financial year and to exceed, but we've already now achieved our annual target. That's why in the budget vote, I've increased the target. And I've asked the department, your APP target is 200 billion, but it'll be by the end of this financial year, I would really want to set you a stretch target of 400 billion rand. That work is now being followed up. I hope to be able to report in Q2 on the progress that has been made. And there is some progress that is very encouraging over and above what we achieved in the investment conference in April. Here's the conference in numbers. The president had set us a 1.2 trillion rand target, but we achieved 1.5 trillion rand. 317 investment pledges had been made over the 5-year period. And of those, by the end of the first quarter, 97 projects had been completed already, and 101 were under construction. Those numbers have gone up further in Q2. The next few slides is really just a lot of information on the investment to provide the committee with granular detail. Slide 27, we've just taken 10 projects that were announced in the investment conference to see where they are. So for example, Alpla is a Austrian company. They are committed to 2 billion rand in 2 packaging facilities using recycled plastics, and we expect the project to be completed by January 2025. In other words, construction, the machinery, all of that would be completed in something just over 15 months. The Prism Group was a black industrialist. They invested in automotive component manufacturing, and we were able to complete the project at the end of Q1. Pravati Plastics made a 125 million rand investment in sustainable package, and the phase 1 of that investment is now completed. Equinix did a 3.8 billion rand investment in automotive components, and we expect the project to be completed in June 2024. Yowa Cable made a 155 million rand investment in cable manufacturing, and we expect by April next year to have it completed. Sereti Green committed 4.5 billion rand in a wind farm, and we expect this to be completed in Q3 2025. BMW made a 4.2 billion rand investment in a production line for the new BMW model, and we expect the cars to come off the production line by October next year. Afrozonke invested 1.5 billion rand in a chlor-alkali chemical plant, which we expect to be completed at the end of 2025. MENA Group had a 1 billion rand in 2 coal mining projects, and the first phase is already expected to be completed by September. The Housing Hub did 450 million in social housing, and phase 1 is completed. So these are 10 of a number of projects, but to give committee members a better sense of what is actually doing. I wanted to take this one project. It's an Anglo project where they committed to dig for more diamonds in South Africa. And they've historically had open pit mining. And those activities came to an end by 2022. They've now invested in underground infrastructure. And the new underground mine is the biggest single investment in the country's diamond industry in many, many decades. And it would achieve operational readiness and first production already this year. And it will contribute some 40% of the country's annual diamond production using all of the facilities in the mine. Under investment unblocking, here are the examples of what we do. We supported investors and high-level professionals from Spain, France, China, Germany, and Thailand with short-term visas, with business visas, with permanent resident permits. We supported companies with CIPC registration and trademark matters and fast-tracking regulatory issues. We also worked with individual companies like Bio2At. We facilitated a meeting with Dalrad to get registration of the product as a biogas digestate used as a fertilizer. We had a wheeling, Teraco has a wheeling challenge with Ekurhuleni municipality and Eskom. Invest SA unlock that. Sanral, there was a challenge with the block, the road that needed to be built for the PG Bison factory in Mpumalanga. It was almost a 2 billion rand factory in Mkondo, and the district road needed to be improved, and Invest SA helped to work with Sanlam to get the necessary letter of permission. On exports, manufacturing exports, give the committee some information on where we are. 238 billion rand of manufacturing exports to the rest of the world was recorded by SARS in this quarter, and that's 34% of our annual target. We also indicate on the right-hand side some of the specific work of the department. For example, the work we did on vehicle rebates, as well as various permits that were issued, accounted for some 73 billion rand of the export effort. The work with export councils, where they were partly funded by the DTIC, those export councils and the sectors they were in accounted for 25 billion rand. industrial financing projects for another 9.8 billion. And so it goes on to show the overall figures as well as some of the work done by the department. We've taken exports to the rest of the African continent very seriously. We've got a target of 300 billion rand. We've achieved 95 billion rand in the 3-month period. And we also indicate the work that was done by the DTIC group on the right-hand side. Here is just a little fleshing out that says Q1 fared better than expected despite headwinds linked to international monetary policy tightening, the war in Ukraine, the geopolitical threats. And our top 5 manufacturing exports were cars and trucks, ferroalloys, petroleum oils that are refined, catalytic converters, and aluminium. If we look at where we sell to, some of the significant markets on manufactured products, this is not all products, this is just manufactured products, would be Germany, US, Botswana, Zimbabwe, and China. We also have the kind of products sold in different countries. So in Germany, our top export to Germany is cars. To the United States, our top one is cars. Botswana, it's petrol. Zimbabwe, it's cosmetics. And China's ferroalloys. We then have a few case studies here. We look at the work we've done with Saudi Arabia to get red meat into the Saudi market. We got the Food and Drug Authority to visit South Africa. We also look at export for a company called Cowgirl. It's a South African company doing knitting yarns, scarves, and shawls. And how we're trying to get them into new markets. We provide information on a company called Mia Milangi. They do handcrafting, interior decor, and lifestyle products. You see the bags and various floor baskets that they make, and the work we're doing to help them unlock new opportunities. We have a big global business service program going, and 2.5 billion rand was registered in exports. I want to highlight that we were able to do new markets. We now provide services to China, global business services, to Mauritius. And I was particularly pleased, we're also now getting into non-English-speaking countries on the European continent, like Belgium, France, and Germany. And some of those services are language services, where South Africans teach people in other countries English. So there's a trend of moving away from traditional call center services to much more value-added, high-level skill services. So we're looking now at financial and accounting, legal support, technology, cyber risk, data analytics, and so on. So this is really a very, very positive story that's beginning to emerge. We've already achieved 92% of the APP target. I have set a higher target for the department now in the hope that we can significantly maintain this momentum. Yeah, just a few examples of people working at different business services. This one company has the employees here, but we also give the number of jobs reported by the Industry Association, as well as youth jobs and women jobs. Here's one company called Teleperformance, 2 billion rand exports over a 7-year period, with 2,500 youth jobs supported. And another company, Computer Center, they do more high-value services, also 2 billion over a 7-year period. And they serve non-English markets also. And they draw in youth from Delft, Kraaifontein, Gugulethu, and Khayelitsha. On the jobs front, there's now just over 1.1 million jobs supported by various programs of the DTIC group. or the master plan. And on the right-hand side, we indicate how much of it is IDC, ITAC, the NEF, the Competition Commission, and the core work of the department. Yeah, some of the larger companies where there are jobs, for example, Toyota 8,000 jobs, Ford 5,500, WebHelp, SA Outsourcing 4,200. Then in the IDC, their support for Northam Platinum covers 21,000 jobs, for Life Healthcare 15,000 jobs, and the NEF also quite significant ones. As far as new jobs created are concerned, we've also seen 6,300 jobs committed by companies. So, for example, when Toyota grows their operations incrementally, every month they take on new workers. 9,300 jobs have actually been created through a range of measures that are set out in the report. Industrial support, we provide information here on our target is 30 billion with 3.7 billion rand of incentives were enabled. And when we look at disbursement, money leaving our account, it's 5.8 billion rand in the quarter, and that covers 19% of the annual target. And then there's we've taken Siaka Imperial Printing and provided an information of the kind of businesses that are supported. This is a company in Mount Edgecombe in KZN, and they increased their output. They've got a turnover of 137 million rand, and they do the printed labels. And we've supported them with the technology that's required, and they hire from KwaMashu and Phoenix. There's a number of examples like these. This is Pearl Sitole and Nkosi Mtetwa, who both work at Siaka Imperial Printing. There's a company called Nodey Industries, run by Leroy Nodey. It's black managed and black owned, and they do engineering, repairs, and maintenance services in the marine and industrial sectors in Cape Town and surrounding areas. And the NEF provided them with a 1 million rand loan to finance new scaffolding and cutting machine and welding and so on. Then we've also done work on programs outside the main metros. 2.1 billion rand dispersed. 38 of the 44 municipalities are covered. And here's an example of a black-owned business in animal feed and fertilizer. There's a funding for a fruit pack house in Sarah Baartman municipality in the Eastern Cape. We provide information on the workers working on the sorting of fruit. We also go to the example of a lodge that is 70% youth-owned and 55% women-owned, just to see the work that has been done to open up the economy. Small businesses, 712 million rand dispersed. We want to up this, so we've asked the entities and the DTIC to work and focus on SMME development. Here's some of the workers of one of the small and medium-sized businesses. There's a women-owned small business, Zazi Holdings, that is highlighted in the report. There's a company called Tika Plastic Pipes that is also highlighted, and the products are set out in the pictures. Global Wheel, this is a company that manufactures in Heidelberg, in Gauteng. Then in labor absorbing sectors, 7.5 billion is our target. We've disbursed 1.8 billion rand, which is 24%. And we provide information of a company called Pumla Holdings that is in the agro-processing sector as an example of the work done. Junit Manufacturing, it's a clothing manufacturer in Utrecht, and they employ 538 employees. And a prominent South African retailer is expanding its men's chino range, and it wants to bring that entire business from Madagascar to Junit in South Africa, because that retailer is committed to localizing more here. There's a company called Forever Mushrooms. It's a startup growing mushrooms in a controlled environment. And then on energy support, we've already approved 289 million rand of energy resilience funds in Q1, with 31 million of it dispersed in this period. And a number of the projects have been will be identified in future. 975 megawatts of energy that is being facilitated, and we provide the information. And some of them are in companies like Toyota, ArcelorMittal, and others. Energy support, also I've covered the block exemptions and the compulsory specifications in my introductory remarks. This is a very interesting slide that looks at some of the ways in which we're responding to the energy crisis, what the IDC is doing, what the DTIC is doing, and honorable members may want to take note of that slide. The launch of the Energy One-Stop Shop. It was launched in the second quarter, but the foundational work was done in the first quarter. We've also got energy support. We've taken the example here of sustainable heating and of Scatec in Kenhardt, two very big energy projects, where in the case of Scatec, the IDC has supported them with debt financing and support for the local community that will have 25% shareholding. And this is in Kenhardt in the Northern Cape. And it would be a solar and battery storage project on sustainable heating. Aspen has done a project to do a biomass boiler at the operation in the Eastern Cape. And it will be one of only 7 plants worldwide that's doing these vaccines. So it was important for us to secure it by way of sustainable energy supply. On the broader green economy support, we've done considerable work on green hydrogen. We'll be reporting in Q2 and Q3 on the detail of it, but already honorable members will take note of the work that has been done in Q1. On electric vehicles, this is really sped up quite fast, and in Q2 and Q3, further work has been done on this, on master plans. This covers the jobs in the different master plans. And then we've taken each master plan and we've shown what we've done. So take the clothing one, 6.6 million rand invested by 2 small companies. And on illegal trade, SARS has really cracked down on trade measures. We've given them import permits that would allow fabric to be brought here that would then be made locally into clothing here in South Africa. And Deputy Minister Gina opened the revamped Lighthouse factory in Stanger in Kwadukuza in this quarter. On sugar, we indicate the work that was done, same with poultry. And we then tell some of the stories of how South African lives have been shifted and changed. In the auto industry, the jobs supported and the number of vehicles produced in this quarter, 141,000 vehicles were produced. And we had a meeting with the auto industry. This is just a case study of a company that used the automotive supply chain competitiveness initiative. They got 250,000 Rand to try to improve their project. If you look at the very third column, you'll see the impact of this has been the plant is more active now, 75% capacity utilization. It's up from 71%. The efficiencies improved from 63% to 75%. The labor cost savings has already been R500,000 yearly. When you think about that, it shows the work that needs to be done and can be done to improve the competitiveness of South African businesses. Moving on, we provide information on Jamsco automotive assemblies. Because of time, I'm not going to go through the detail of these very interesting case studies. We do similar work on steel, investment by steel companies, production and localization, the trade measures we've done, so that at a glance, honorable members would be able to see what work is being done in each of the areas. This is where the president met with the steel industry at the Union Buildings. This is a project, another project. These are two big projects that we've highlighted in the report. And finally, on the manufacturing side is the furniture master plan, 40 million Rand approved from the furniture fund, 22,000 jobs in the sector. And we then highlight a company called Bravo Brands, which manufactures furniture. They have they export to a number of African countries and countries outside the continent. Is a big opportunity, like Italy, which is not in the rest of Africa, but it's an area that they're looking at. And they're commissioning a new factory in Cape Town with additional 230 jobs. This is a success story. They do Lazy Boy, Grafton Everest, and other products like that. On the business forums, we've covered Finland, Bulgaria, Singapore, and Denmark. And then we provide information on each of these business forums, what took place. If I just look at the Singapore one, for example, a Singaporean company will be investing 1 billion Rand in grain crushing in South Africa. And Wilmar will complete its edible oil refinery in Richards Bay. And that's the Singapore Prime Minister with our president. This is the Denmark-Netherlands Business Forum, and the big announcements that were made there of multi-billion Rand funding for green projects. Community outreach, case studies, we provide the information of what we've done. I visited the Cape Winelands as part of the presidential Imbizo, went to a company called Mellow Vans that does these three-wheelers, it's battery operated, and they're supported by the DTIC group. Tiger Brands, I visited the Langeberg Ashton food factory, this massive canning factory, and also Genuine Connection, a clothing factory in Paarl, producing rugby, netball, and soccer jerseys that's supported by the DTIC group. On transformation, we provide information here of 494 firms that are supported, that has been supported by the DTIC group in the last number of years, and their quarterly output is 9 billion Rand. And we'll provide more of this detail at the Black Industrialist Conference. So we already exceeded the annual target, and they employ, so we've taken a wider number of companies, 642, and they employ 63,000 people here in South Africa. I've also pointed to the worker ownership program, where 6,000 workers are benefiting from projects in logistics, steel, investment, and insurance sectors. Equity equivalent, we reached the groundbreaking agreement with Citibank, and we are finalizing the work and will report it separately on an EEIP equivalent program with the auto sector. That's just a picture of the CEO of Citibank with DG smiling into the camera there, and Deputy Minister Majola looking very serious. On transformation, we also had 10 high impact. We've targeted 10 high impact outcomes on addressing market concentration. We report on one impact study here. On crime, we report on the work we've done on knowing your shareholder to avoid businesses being able to in any way undermine the work of the department by hiding the true ownership of shareholders. This slide, which DG had prepared, covers the outputs. 79% of them we've achieved what we set out to do. 21% is work in progress. It's not achieved. That color is a little bit ungenerous to the department. It's where work has been done, but it continues into the next quarter, and we expect then by Q2 a lot of this would have been completed. The CFO is also able to briefly take the department through this slide, so I'm going to ask if we can get the CFO, Irene, if you could just take the department through the next 2 or 3 slides. Sorry, not the department, the portfolio committee, through the next 2 or 3 slides. Chair, if I may hand over to our CFO.
Yes, you may. CFO.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Minister, and all other honourable members and everyone on the platform. On this slide, we just are showing the spending for the department for Q1. Chairperson, you'll see that as at the beginning of the financial year, we had an allocated budget of 10.92 billion, which is the original budget that we had. And from that, we have already spent about 4.06 billion as at the end of June. The spending was sitting at 37.2%. But when you look at that in terms of our projections, what we had projected, we had spent an amount of, or a percentage of 99.6% of what we had projected as the department. The majority of the spending went towards our, we had 50% that went towards our public entities. So these are the transfers that we're making to the public entities that we have, all our agencies. We paid them their full amount so that they can basically capitalize on that amount and be able to spend better. And then the following amount was then monies that were transferred relating to our incentives, the business incentives and infrastructure. And then the next one, Honourable Chairperson, it's the disbursements that were made to our external programs, which includes the IDC and the CSIR. That was an amount of 647 million, which is about 16%. And then towards NPO and international organizations as well, we had spent an amount of about 40 million. The spending on the OPEX, which is the operational cost of the department, that amount was 417 million, which is about 10% of about 10.28% of the total spending for Q1. If you can move to the next slide. On the next slide, it just shows you in terms of from a program perspective, and then looking at it also from an economic classification perspective. Chair, you will see that even though there are some variances that we had, there were some cost of living adjustments that we had to effect in Q1, which when we were budgeting, we had straight lined basically. So that was mainly because of that. So that overspending, if you look at it, was mainly because of that, those COE adjustments that we effected. And then also when you look at our economy classification, I think the key one, which is the payments on capital assets, we had a commitment as at the end of the financial year, which was then materialized in Q1 as well. Just to mention to the members, our baseline it has been cut with all other departments within the state. So going forward, you'll see that the amount that we have will then be reduced accordingly. However, we are monitoring this to make sure that we're still able to meet our objectives as the department and all our agencies. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Does that conclude the first quarter report, Minister?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yes, that concludes the first quarter report. And I'd like to thank the staff of the department and of the entities. It's been quite a shift from the old APP to the new one. And the staff has shown, particularly the senior managers, have shown enormous effort that they've brought to this transition. And typically these things take 2 or 3 years to embed. But in a period of 6 months, there's already been a major shift. So I'd like to appreciate the work that everyone has done. Thank you very much, Chair. May I then hand back to you?
Thank you very much, Minister. We will break now for a comfort break until quarter to 12. So it's just under 15 minutes, and then we'll resume with questions from the members and allow the Minister to respond. So we'll break now until quarter to 12. Thank you. Minister must just switch off his camera. Okay, thanks. Thank you very much, members. Hope you're back. It is now 11:45. We will resume our meeting, and I'll start by taking hands for discussion on both the reports. Honorable Mulder.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, everyone present. As usual, I will be short. I wish to commend the Minister on the comprehensive presentation and report. It's virtually impossible to respond in the detail. And yes, indeed, the department has been effective in that way. My question would be about something totally different, and that speaks to the core function of the department, namely economic development and job creation. What I want to ask is, I asked the same type of question to the presenters of the Auditor-General earlier, and the measurement of the former Department of Economic Development. This mission was to coordinate the contributions of government departments, state entities, and civil society to affect economic development, and to improve alignment between economic policies and plans of state agencies, etc., etc. So my question would be, in the effort to enhance economic growth, aren't we neglecting that part of the department's mandate, and to coordinate between departments and to incorporate the former Department of Economic Growth into the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition? So job creation is what it's all about, economic growth. And then especially when the Minister, Honourable Minister, mentioned the challenges that we had to face with COVID and state capture, etc., and we're sitting with the energy crisis, and with special reference then to the fallout of failing municipalities, which not only affect residents but creditors such as Eskom, etc., etc. Shouldn't we attend or put more focus on that part of the reporting? In other words, the coordination between state departments as well. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Honorable Mulder. Honorable Bergman.
Thanks, Chair. And just if, in case you didn't see me, our colleague Dean McPherson, Honourable McPherson, well, I see he has put his hand up there now.
Yeah, he has.
Chair, Chair, just for the Minister, I welcome the report, but I must say that, when a person comes out with these 50 highlights, I usually get a bit worried, because I'm wondering how many lowlights there are, how, what are we hiding? Usually we stick to what we're supposed to measure and what did we get from those measurements. And in the wise words of Bill Clinton, it's usually compared to what. So when we say, well, we've got 7 master plans, yes, great, but how many did we say we were going to introduce? Or when we say that 120,000 workers secured shares in their company, out of how many people that have got jobs, how many would we want to have got shares already 20 odd years down the line? Now, the Minister speaks about securing 322 billion rand, and I know we often hear the President also loosely talking about securing investments of billions and billions of rand. Unfortunately, it's very hard to see the translation. So we see the programs, we see them being talked about in terms of the concept phase, but when it comes into the introduction phase, we very rarely are introduced to those projects, and that's where we fall short. I think it would be more prudent for us to discuss these projects in more detail. So when there's a pledge, and in law there was a divorce, a big famous divorce between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, and one of the major arguments was around pledging and donating. anyone can pledge, but it's when you donate, when you actually put the money down, that's when it really counts. So I know the minister said that we have secured the 322 billion. Where's it going? Where did we secure it to? Where is it going? Now we've got a huge crisis around the avian flu. We've got a huge crisis around trade. There's no mention around the presentations as to how inviting, how enabling is our environment that it would still secure foreign investment in terms of how we are going to mitigate load shedding, how we're going to mitigate avian flu, how we're going to mitigate the minister's finance speech next in February, when he has to introduce some of the taxes that when he's very trapped into what taxes or the increase in taxes that he's going to introduce. This is the type of stuff that this committee would be looking at the minister to be focusing on. And this report, the first quarter report, should be driving us towards that direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Tring.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me also appreciate the report. And my questions, firstly, would be with regards to the effect of the current outbreak of avian or bird flu. What effect does the minister see this having on the poultry master plan and the poultry industry in general? And what plans are there, if any, to protect the poultry industry? I think secondly, and one understands also, Minister, that the first quarter report, when it was obviously drafted, we did not have the challenge of the avian flu. But I think it would be important because of the effect that it's having across the country. Secondly, much work has gone into the sugar industry, where sugar mills were closing down, on the verge of doing so. And I think we understand the importance of the agricultural sector to growing employment. But what mechanisms have been put in place to prevent dumping of sugar, that is? And what measures also in place to preserve and to grow our sugar mills, maintain, preserve, and grow our sugar mills, as well as any plans that the minister has on reducing the effect of the so-called sugar tax on the sugar industry. Then, Minister, you said that despite the difficult economic terrain, we are seeing some turnaround in the economy. But I think that this goes against what Treasury is communicating, with the reduced revenue collection, continued high unemployment, close on to 40% on the expanded definition of unemployment, particularly amongst the youth. GDP growth is expected to be down by some 0.2% in 2023 from 4.9% in 2021. So how do you explain this? We have a very low economic growth, GDP growth, in terms of what is needed to actually grow the economy and reduce unemployment. And then I think my question would be similar to that of previous speakers who spoke about the investment pledges. My question is, what percentage of investment pledges is actually converted to actual investment? The president indicated that some 1.5 trillion was the value of investment pledges made after 5 cycles of the South African Investment Conference. And so, that is great. Excuse me, that's good news. But what percentage of those investments, or those investment pledges, is actually converted to real investment, infrastructure development, factories, and so on the ground? And then my last question, Chair, is
has there been any progress made in upping the ante, Minister, regarding beneficiation? Noting that South Korea, Japan, as two examples, with no natural resources, imports resources, beneficiates these, and then exports them back to us. Now, Minister, will you consider developing an index to track raw materials exported versus minerals beneficiated? An index that looks at where we are at in terms of beneficiation as a country that is rich in raw materials. And perhaps in line with that, the new diamond mine that you made reference to would be a good place to start with the beneficiating of our diamonds. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Thring. Honorable Malamacha.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Let me take this opportunity to welcome the two presentations. Very straightforward and encouraging. Chair, where I am, once you are called and be told that 18 out of 19 got what you intended to, it means you are hard at work. And that is achievement. And you are not saying, I don't want the last one. The last one has got some hiccup that can be corrected. I just want to deal with this fear, if this not this negative notation, as if all is lost. No, all is well and good, and is doing us proud. Chairperson, if we don't spend time in correcting some of the things before we do these things, they might create a wrong perception. You see, we don't need to worry here. There's no need for any worries of some sort. We don't need to be negative. Once you ask the AG to come and the AG says, I'm happy with your work, what other institute do you still want to come and really say, this job is done the correct way? Now you keep worrying. Then as if there's something wrong. There's nothing wrong. People must just learn to appreciate. And the department, of course, I agree, is contributing to treasure. And if the Minister of Finance, whoever, is worried, but our contribution there is massive and appreciated and assisting whatever, comrade. Honorable. Therefore, we cannot hide the good that we're doing because the overall is beat your way, if you want to say it's negative, which I'm not saying that. Now, you must concentrate on what is presented here and saying we are doing good massively, so contributing to this economic situation which we are not all happy of. Now, if I go, Honorable Chair, meet investors, they make pledges. By making pledges, it's a sign of confidence on what I'm doing. I must appreciate that and put full stop. As to what is coming after, it's another thing, but I cannot keep quiet, not explain to say there are pledges that says to me, job well done, and we believe in you, there's confidence. Meaning, time and again, we must be very much happier to say this department has done very well, taking into account what it has been before the sixth administration, taking into account the pandemic that we faced, the COVID-19, and even here at home, the July unrest. But we managed to navigate and pull the South Africans entirely even the same economy to ensure that it's not collapsing. And we are appealing to those that we are together, that let's work together, leave politics, because here is not a department like of other departments which might not be matters. Here we talk economy where people must live. Even during this time of the conflict, Russia and Ukraine, we are still be able to navigate and do the rest. So if we don't say this, then the minister and the team will not get much encouraged. We want to keep doing the good work because we can see and we understand that a lot is still need to be done. Hence, the lot has been done. And we are not completely enclosing that. Minister, in you clarifying the rest, because the rest are self-explanatory, let me just get this one. Has the ban on the export of scrap metal has been able to achieve the intended outcome? If that can also be touched when you talk to us. And what is the reason for the delay in appointing a Director General? There's been an acting Director General for some time. In addition, we also have an acting Chief Financial Officer, acting DDG in incentives, acting DDG in export, acting DDG in investment and special industrial development, acting DDG transformation and competition. Please expand on the process of making appointment of this position. And thank you so much for the good work. Thanks to you and your team. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Malamacha. Honorable McPherson.
Thanks so much. I guess the Honorable Malamacha's view that all is well is probably entirely subjective, based on which side of the fence you sit. If, of course, you are a member of the ANC, or if you are a connected comrade, or then he's probably right that life has never been more better, because the government has entirely given up in trying to govern for the majority and is solely focused on governing for the few that are connected to it, those that rip off the state, those that corrupt the state, those who are happy to allow social grants not to be paid, those that are happy that 75 people are murdered every day, and those that are happy to see South Africa celebrate the murder, killing, torture, raping, and abduction of citizens. So yeah, I suspect that he's probably right in that sense, that life has never been better if you are on that side of the fence. But if you're on the other side of the fence, where you're unemployed, where you're not politically connected, where you have to suffer the impact of crime every single day because you don't have bodyguards following you around, because you have to suffer the indecency of load shedding because you don't have state-sponsored generators, you have to suffer the indecency of not having your grant paid, or being stuck to die in a state hospital. I suspect that life is not well for those individuals. So I think that when we make statements like that, we need to be very careful about exactly who we are speaking to and for, because life is not well for tens of millions of people in this country that are suffering indignity, humiliation, poverty, hunger, and death at the hands of criminals. Minister, with that being said, I think that you give a part picture of what the success of the department is, but I'd be interested to hear from you what you think the department has not done well in, or where it has failed, or what it should be doing better at. Because, I would think by now, surely the department's, one of their big priorities is that they should have finalized the EV policy, which has now probably 2 or 3 years past its due date. It hasn't been released there. Do you believe that that's a failure of the department? Do you believe that a failure of the department has been the scrap metal ban, which even by ITAC's own admission has not achieved its intended purpose? Do you think that that's been a policy failure of the department? Do you think that the continued blunt use of tariffs, which has inextricably been linked to the rapid rise of the cost of living in South Africa, do you think that that's been a failure of the department? And maybe if you would be willing to reflect on possibly some other failures that the department can possibly do better. Do you think the failure to appoint a new Director General is indeed a failure? I think that that's been maybe 2 or 3 years now. Minister, I think that one of the greatest necessities of your department, and surely you as a minister, has got to be securing AGOA or resecuring AGOA. And I've read a lot of interlocking mechanisms that you're trying to bring into a revised AGOA deal, including linking it to the participation of the AFCTA, and whether you are also looking to increase quota against certain products. I'm wondering if you can take us through some of the intricacies around that discussion, and whether you are prepared to confidently state that South Africa will be readmitted, if you will, obviously it being a unilateral trade agreement, back into AGOA, or securing extension, if I could say that. Minister, of course, you've spoken eloquently about, the successes of a number of manufacturers and exporters, and I think that that's good. Has the department reflected on businesses or factories or small businesses that have closed over the last 12 months, and why that possibly may be, and what some of the reasons of that are? I was interested in the comments by the Reserve Bank governor, where he quote unquote said that the state was being naughty because of its relentless push on administered prices. Now, Minister, you'll know that these are prices entirely within the ambit of government control, and yet are 2 or 3 times above inflation, particularly on export administered prices through Transnet, electricity, and so on. And I'm wondering what your contribution in Cabinet has been to that debate around government curbing its lust for above inflation administered prices, and what can be done around that. So I would be most grateful for some answers and reflections. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable McPherson. Honourable Malakedi.
Chairperson, thank you very much for the opportunity, and I also want to add my words to those who have appreciated the good work that the department under the minister is doing in terms of ensuring that the APP, as discussed with us, is or has been implemented fully. I know as well that the department has actually made major strides in ensuring that they attract investments into the country, and in the process make sure that jobs are created. And they've been able to do this despite the domestic and global challenges that have been highlighted, for instance, COVID, Ukraine-Russian conflict, load shedding, you name them. So I'm saying despite all this, the department has made remarkable progress in ensuring that APP, as adopted, is actually implemented. By saying this, one is not saying that we have overcome all the challenges around unemployment, around poverty, eradication, issues of inequality or transformation. Those, as far as I understand, in terms of the report, is actually work in progress. We're getting somewhere. The reason why we have got this APP is to ensure that we have got an instrument, we have got something that we can use to ensure that we measure progress that we are making in addressing those areas that I've alluded to. So I don't understand anyone to be saying that we have fully arrived. I think the report is saying we are indeed getting there, given what the report has captured, what the minister has actually indicated. So what I also want to check with the minister, through you, Chairperson, is does the department have an intention or a plan of making sure that those that it appoints as interns in the department, are they going to be fully employed at some point as permanent employees in the department? Is there that opportunity? Are there those plans to make sure that they are given an opportunity to be appointed permanently in the department, that is those interns? And secondly, and this I think is somewhat linked to what Mr. Thring raised, and that is for the challenges for Black and emerging poultry farmers. In the main is the high feed cost that big companies like Astral Foods have monopolized. So the question is, what is the department doing to make sure that they mitigate against these effects of high feed cost? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Munakedi. Honorable Dr. Ntwane. Dr. Ntwane, must unmute yourself. Okay, she did indicate that she had network challenges. Let's move on to Honorable Moatse.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Let me also join colleagues by welcoming the reports. Really, there is a lot of improvement, and we thank the department on the good work. Minister, I have only two clarity-seeking questions. The first one is, how is the department enabling Black poultry farmers to increase supply for a day-old chicks for slaughtering? Secondly, is Astral Food the only company with the capacity to supply day-old chicks, and where there are other commitments from industry players? On slide 49, Minister, I heard you talking about the scrap metal and on the small scale traders. I just want to check what has been the effect of the ban on the export of the scrap metal on small scale traders. And has the department been able to support these traders? Thank you very much, Comrade Chair.
Thank you. Can we just check that Dr. Ntwani is unmuted, so she can ask her questions. Secretary. She's indicated that she can't unmute herself.
I'll try to. It's not working from our side.
I think it must be linked to her network challenges.
Oh. Yes, Chair.
Let me move on to Honorable Mbiani.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity. Let me also welcome the presentation by the Minister. It's very much comprehensive and informative. Chairperson, we must not be deterred by this cheap political point scoring and lack of substance thereof. Chairperson, overall, the department should be applauded for the exceptional performance it has undertaken since the start of the sixth administration, which was mirrored by unprecedented challenges like COVID-19 pandemic, which constrained global growth and negative affect developing countries like South Africa. The conflict between Russia and Ukraine further exacerbated the challenges, leading to increased cost of living. Notwithstanding all of this, the department has been able to attract investment and drive the DTIC strategy plan of industrializing our economy. Much needs to be done, but a lot has been achieved under difficult conditions. Chairperson, I just wanted to check what informs the foreign offices being vacant, most of them, and what is the impact thereof. Chairperson, we also welcome the performance by the NRCS progress to clean audit. This is a proper and needs to be highlighted. Chair, what will be the impact of the cost of cartel measures on the department programs as outlined by the APPP? How will the cost cartel measures affect the industrialization policy of the department? Which program will the department cut expenditure on? Also, the one of the industrial parks, the EEPIP, and the work of the industrial parks. Chair, we also acknowledge and welcome the annual performance. The planned target 151, achieved target 147, that is 90% spent, and also 97% performance achieved. That is very much welcome. I just want to check the challenges with the trade policy and also the Navy roadmap. What is the strategy of the department and the minister to get it right so that all the performance agreement goes to the 100%? This is a good story to tell to our people. The department has already delivered. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mbiani. Let's just try Honorable Dr. Ntwani for the last time. Okay, she's unable to unmute. Minister, over to you.
Chair, there she now, Chair.
Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. My apologies, Chair. I do not understand what has been happening. But just to say that I want to commend the Minister on the reports that we received, and it's both extensive and very comprehensive, and we would like to commend him on the good work done. Indeed, the ANC government is at work. So, and the targets that has been achieved, Chair, the both non-financial and financial targets that has been achieved is very commendable. also to say that the objective realities of the majority of South African communities are being addressed through the work that the department is doing. And the reports highlight, expand on are both exciting and commendable. And the fact that the world economies are challenged with supply chain constraints and the wars, it's like the department made lemonade out of lemons. So in line with this, I would further like to commend the minister on the year-on-year target increase on people with disabilities and women in senior management, as well as the SMME support development that it is very encouraging and progressive. And indeed, we will definitely be seeing a reduction in the unemployment rate. So further to this, Chair, there are 83 projects that are completed of the 231 track projects emanating from the investment conference pledges. So my question is, has the DTIC tracked how many jobs these have created? If so, how many? How many of these 82 projects are located outside the metropolitan areas? In other words, in more underdeveloped provinces, like where I come from, the Northern Cape. So, Chief, on slide 37, on the targets that the department has, targets that the department has not achieved in the first quarter relating to the new energy vehicles, what are the drivers of the high cost proposals, and what is the time frame the department has set to resolve this? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Ntwani. Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, if I could keep my camera off. I'm just traveling to my AGOA forum commitment. And with your permission, I would want to not have the distraction for the committee of the moving vehicle. So, Chair, first, thank you very much for the questions and the comments and a number of the very interesting observations that members of the committee has made. We've taken careful note of these, and they help to give us excellent feedback that I hope can improve further the work that we do. Chair, if I go through the issues that have come up. First, Honourable Mulder asked a really interesting question. And when the Economic Development Department was set up in 2009, the original idea was that it would play a key role in coordination between departments. But during the course of that administration, it became evident that what was required is a structure that would bring together all of the economic departments. And so a number of reforms were made to ensure that the economic cluster can operate. We had specific ministers responsible for the cluster. Those ministers often had to report to cabinet. And so EDD, as that department was called, their responsibilities changed. EDD was then given responsibility to pull together the reporting inside government on a number of infrastructure projects, and that became known as the Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Commission. That work was then continued. EDD was also given responsibility for the Competition Commission, as well as for some of the work of ITAC, not the tariff setting, but the administrative responsibilities for ITAC.
when the two departments were merged, the PICC, that's the Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Commission, was then transferred to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. That department's name changed and its mandate widened. The competition function was then retained by the new DTIC. What DTIC now does, on a number of specific areas, it would play a coordinating role in the area of industrial policy. So, for example, the poultry and sugar master plans are in that interface between agriculture and manufacturing. And so the DTIC would work very closely with DELRAD on those matters. Or take, for example, on trade issues, when we want to get wool exports to China and they are constrained there, then we'd work with our sister department and play a coordinating role in enabling appropriate market access. So I can go through a few examples like that. But what we've not done is DTIC's mandate does not include the overall coordination of the economic cluster. That is, there's a different set of ministers that are the chairs and co-chairs of the economic cluster. But it's a very interesting question that Honorable Mulder has raised. And these are matters that are being looked at now as work is being done on what is called the reorganization of the state. Moving next to Honorable Bergman's questions, the issue that I wanted to raise there is, first, thank you for welcoming the report, Honorable Bergman. You mentioned, well, why do 50 highlights? I guess it's in part because the annual report of the department and the entities are such significant documents in volume. I haven't counted the number of pages, but I know for the 19 annual reports we've tabled, they would be very, very considerable. So this was to give the portfolio committee a little bit of a bird's eye view, highlights. And they're not everything. I mean, there's an enormous amount of work that has been done and many areas of progress that I could not highlight within the available period. On the 7 master plans, the challenge we set ourselves at the start of the administration is not how many master plans we have, but the work that is being done to try to improve the implementation of these master plans. So the real effort in the department, I've had to work with the department to say, we're not a master plan producing factory. We're a partnership and coordinating structure, not with other government departments, but working with the private sector, with organized labor, and of course, with regulators in different parts of the economy. On the 120,000 workers with shares, Honorable Bergman, that very interesting point to raise there is that was not even a target at the start of the administration that had a numeric to it. What we did was we introduced a change to the Competition Act that was signed into law in 2019, and utilizing that and working with businesses, we found a model of broad-based prosperity that is a better model than trying to find a single partner that will get 5% of your business and you use him or her as a lobbyist. You then build your partnership with ordinary South Africans. And as I said, it also has the advantage of building the non-racial foundations of our democracy in the work we do in the economy. On a number of, so Honorable Bergman obviously knows a little bit more about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard than I would be able to properly comment on. But I say that with a little bit tongue in cheek, knowing that the real point is how much of what is being pledged actually happens and where is it going. Now, what we try to do, and I do appreciate Honorable Bergman is new to the committee. Last year, when we did the quarterly reports, and maybe we must reintroduce it this year in the quarterly reports, is we would highlight when we report on a project. Let's say, to use a very good example, that Isuzu has managed to land a major investment where the company's Japanese parent firm would put some significant sum, more than R1 billion, into upgrading its plant in South Africa to enable it to upgrade the vehicle that's produced, to go from an ordinary old model bakkie to the new D-Max bakkie. So it means new machinery, new floor layout, all sorts of things that they need to do. When we announced when we reported on the launch of the bakkie, we would connect it clearly to the investment conference. And in that way, if honorable members go through those quarterly reports, they give a really interesting insight into the large number of projects that have now been completed and are delivering output in the South African economy. Some of it would be chemicals, some would be minerals, some would be food. You'd have IT services, cars, components in various sectors of the economy, clothing products. All of these things would be a result of these commitments. We are now developing a report that I've asked Invest SA to do, to pull together across more than 100 of these projects that have already been completed, the impact that they're having and the kind of products that are coming out of those workplaces. In addition to that, I have asked that we also get a better reporting arrangement to show often when an announcement is made, there's then major construction. And as South Africans, we would drive past these places, we'd see construction workers at work, but we wouldn't be able, we don't have the information to always connect that to the investment conferences. So that's another innovation we can do. So I hope that has covered the investment question. A number of both Honorable Bergman and Honorable Tring have raised the issue of avian flu. And as Honorable Tring rightly points out, that occurred in Q2, so we didn't report on it in Q1. We will be reporting on it in Q2. But Honorable Tring is right that it has quite a significant impact both on producers and down the line it can impact on the number of new entrants that come into the industry. It also impacts on consumers if there's a shortage of poultry. So the DALRAD, that's the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, is dealing with the avian flu, which goes outside of the mandate of the DTIC. And one of the things, obviously, that the industry is looking at, and the DALRAD has had discussions with them, is the viability of a major vaccination program. It's expensive, and that's an area that my colleague, Minister Didiza, would be better able to guide me and Cabinet and, of course, the industry on those issues. We've stepped in as regards the potential impact on consumers to make sure that the shortage of poultry does not result in a massive spike in consumer prices. So we've got to be able to carefully balance jobs and prices of consumers. These are difficult ones because there are constant trade-offs that have to be looked at between these two. You open your market completely, You get cheap food potentially, but not always. And you don't have jobs, so people don't have an income to pay. You overprotect your industry, you create the jobs, but pricing is very, very high. So it's managing those that constitute the work on avian flu at the moment. I have asked ITAC to consider a rebate on certain duties on poultry, pending a better sense of the extent of poultry losses. We know that many birds are being killed as a result of avian flu. On mitigating load shedding, it's a question asked by Honourable Bergman. We've got the Energy Resilience Fund, and we've got the work of Invest South Africa that is geared to ensuring that we facilitate as rapidly as possible new power that can come either onto the grid or that will be self-generated. So the DTIC team, including IDC, they're very active in this area, and they've done quite a bit. We've set up an energy one-stop shop that is doing work now to track where every application that has gone to different government departments are and what work DTIC can do to help them unblock. On the sugar industry, a question raised by Honourable Tring, in the medium to long term, the additional value chains that we've identified are biofuels as well as diversification of agricultural products. Biofuels, the challenge has been the price that is required by way of a subsidy to stabilize the investment. Investors have said they can come in and help to set up biofuel plants, but they will need a guaranteed payment to them whenever the global price of fuel drops below a certain level. And that has been the discussion that we've had. On the sugar tax or the health protection levy, the Department of Health have had to take into account what the medical profession has raised with them about obesity and its link with sugar consumption, and what the DTIC has had to raise about the need to protect jobs and livelihoods. So Treasury has held back what was initially a planned increase in the health protection levy for us to find a better median between these. Honourable Tring raises an interesting question around the challenges the economy faces. And I think what the National Treasury message is that there are many challenges we face, that the economy has faced not only headwinds, but also a number of shocks that honourable members would be very, very familiar with. It's been a most unusual period that one can't think of a similar period where within a 4 to 5 year period, as many shocks hit simultaneously. And the impact of that has been particularly sharp on GDP. But I guess what the Portfolio Committee is looking to us to do is not to despair at the challenges, not to point to those challenges and say, well, because the war in Ukraine is impacting on fertilizer prices and fuel prices, we just have to accept that we de-industrialize. I think the committee is looking to us to say, notwithstanding those challenges, what are you doing as a department in difficult circumstances? Yes, but what are you doing to try to reverse some of these or contain them or slow down the impact on lives and livelihoods? And that's what our presentation tries to do. It recognizes the enormous challenges and at the same time, because the committee is wanting us to account for how we're spending the taxpayer monies, we need to focus on the steps we're taking, the actions we're taking. Honourable Tring raises an interesting question. It's not the first time Honourable Tring has spoken as passionately and thoughtfully about beneficiation. There are some areas where we've made a bit of progress. We're particularly keen on this new steel mill that is being built that should increase the level of beneficiation of South African iron ore. We are worried about the global shift away from internal combustion engines to electric vehicles that will mean the end of the catalytic converter industry, because we're now a big producer of catalytic converters, which does absorb significant quantities of platinum. And we should be thinking the suggestion Honorable Tring makes to begin work on an index to track the level of beneficiation is a very good one. And I would want the research branch of the DTIC to take that on board and bring to me a proposal to see how can we better track that. Some countries have made some real progress. Obviously, beneficiation also needs energy stability and preferably very competitive prices on energy. So there's a bit of homework we need to do on the energy front to be able to secure that. Honorable Malimacha, thank you for the comments that you've made. Honorable McPherson, I did not understand Honorable Malimacha's viewpoint to be all is well. I understood Honorable Malimacha to say the progress set out in the report represents a number of areas of excellent interventions, excellent partnerships, good progress that have been made there. But the report itself speaks about unemployment, speaks about low growth, speaks about the energy challenges and so on. So it's really about finding a way in which, notwithstanding those challenges, we can address the issues that we need to. A few colleagues have raised the scrap metal matter. And there we're in the process of now reviewing the additional period that we've extended the scrap metal limitations, prohibitions, and regulations for export of scrap metal. In some cases, there's a direct prohibition. In other cases, we're trying to better manage the trade in scrap metal. We believe it was the appropriate step to take. And while we've not overcome the problem, it does seem that considerable progress is being made now also on the development of the scrap metal trading system. I saw the other day news reports on major levels of theft of copper cable in Germany. And this has definitely become a global problem. On the appointment processes, which also has come up from a few of the colleagues, I was very happy, and I am very happy to say that one of the acting appointments that we kept acting for the entire period was the acting appointment on trade, in order to enable Ambassador or DDG Kolelwa Mlumbi Peter to return from her period as our ambassador at the World Trade Organization and be appointed as the DDG of Trade. On the CFO, we have completed the interviews, did all the tests and everything. We've got a recommendation, and that is now awaiting cabinet approval. On the appointment of two of the deputy DGs, we had a challenge when we reduced the number of the programs from 10 to 9. The initial advice we got is that would require a whole new assessment of whether the combined programs required a DDG level appointment, because there is a staffing regulation, a DPSA regulation that says that would have to be done. We have found a solution to that, and we've been able to re-advertise without some of the challenges that was there. On the DG appointment, we did all the interviews. The interview panel has asked me to do some further work on this matter, and as soon as that's completed, we'd be able to report on it. Honourable McPherson says that the report gives a part picture, and what it doesn't focus on is what the department has not done or not done well or could do better. And then Honourable McPherson offers a few examples. On electric vehicle policy, I think what we found when we went into the proposals that the industry favored, that those proposals in the form that it was envisaged would have been very, very unaffordable. They would have been so costly that we would not have been able to justify them. And so we've worked with the industry to find a more affordable solution that's taken more time. And I think when one hits a challenge, you can either close your eyes, pretend it's not there, make a decision and find the decision unraveling later, or you can take that bull, as it were, by the horns, deal with the issue, find a better solution that doesn't give you the problems. And it comes down to that the initial proposal that was in the green paper that the industry favors would have resulted in the South African context with the National Treasury having to give a very significant subsidy to every person who buys a vehicle, both imported vehicles and locally produced vehicles, that the total cost of that would have been totally unaffordable. It would have meant, in many cases, well over 20, 30,000 Rand as an incentive per car purchaser to any person who buys an electric vehicle. So I think we've taken the right decision, which is when the facts emerge after all the consultations were done and we then costed it, we then concluded we needed to re-engineer this, and that's what we're doing. On scrap metal, I've already covered that. On the use of tariffs, they're not a blunt instrument. I think we've carefully navigated, as any reading of the media will show, that for some decisions we get a positive view from local players, and others we get a positive view from importers. We think carefully through the application of tariff policy, and I think this is one of the areas that, if anything, I would have expected that Honourable McPherson would have been very supportive of the evidence-based approach we're using on resecuring AGOA, whether South Africa will be readmitted. Well, we are part of AGOA, so we haven't been taken off, so we can't be, the question is not whether we are readmitted. The question really is about securing an extension, and the extension won't apply specifically to South Africa. It would apply to all of sub-Saharan Africa because AGOA expires in 2025. I addressed this question in considerable detail at the joint meeting of the Portfolio Committee and the Select Committee that was held a few weeks ago. On the question, could we have done better on other areas, or are there some areas where, on reflection, more work would need to be done? Yes, I think so. I think there's no question about it. Any person doing work in any institution will find ways in which we can work better, and things that we need to do that we haven't fully done. I can identify 5 broad areas immediately that I think the department would need to lift up capacity. The first is in working at workplace level to build deeper partnerships between managers and workers to improve company level competitiveness. We gave an example in the presentation of one auto company that found its efficiencies improving as a result of the application of modern management systems. Now, government can't do it, but government can create an enabling environment for workers and managers to do more of that. The second area is on improving technical execution of projects and the skills that's required. For example, skills in project management and financial analysis, as examples, is required for the next generation industrial policy and the DTIC would need to tool up there. The third is in improving the impact at local level of the work that we do. That includes the deeper partnerships with local communities and less bureaucracy in how the DTIC group performs its work. We've made some excellent progress in that area, but the reality is that there's still a lot of unnecessary bureaucracy and bureaucratic mindset that some of the entities bring, where I think the department can help those entities to lift their performance. On trade, I think stronger follow-throughs when we have these exhibitions and other efforts to promote exports, that's required. We put a lot of effort into getting people connected, but we don't do as much aftercare, and that should be lifted. And then finally, on the consumer side, I think we're not doing brilliantly with protecting consumers through the National Consumer Commission's work. I think the Competition Commission is doing excellently, but there is scope for some of the other entities to improve their performance. On administered prices, we do regularly raise with both other sister departments and entities the need to carefully manage administered prices. Of course, one of the challenges is that to fix the energy problem required additional capital spending, which NERSA needed to consider carefully how to find the balance between the extra capital spending that's required and at the same time affordable prices. Honorable Monakedi and Moatse has raised interesting detailed questions on feed costs. Astral, as far as I'm concerned, is not the only supplier of day-old chicks, but a lot of this work of assisting companies with day-old chicks and so on is work that DELRA does. And our job is to keep an eye on the pricing pressures in the industry. So the Competition Commission has done a report, a really interesting report that the committee would benefit, I think, from an engagement with that food monitoring report that analyzes food pressures, food pricing pressures. On the interns and permanent employment, our system is to give interns an opportunity to work in the department. And then because they know the department, as soon as there's a vacancy, they can then apply, but each vacancy is still a competitive process. On the, I've covered the scrap metal issue that Honorable Moatse has raised. On foreign economic representatives, we've had a challenge in the past, Honorable Buyani, where the FARs were appointed and they were seen almost as a staff entitlement without us putting in place what was required. So not all of our FARs have been able to have the skills that's required to do the job. Some have done it brilliantly. And so we are trying to see how can we revamp our economic diplomacy and our measures. The DG Malebo Mabichi Thompson has had some interesting ideas that we're talking about a more cost-effective model where we can use our foreign economic representatives across different countries, because we won't ever have the budget to have an FAR in each major market. On cost containment, we will be working through these things. It does mean for the department, we will have to be even more efficient. We will have to see where can we cut unnecessary costs, or where there is underperforming programs or activities that we would need to end those. On the 4 areas that were not completed last year, each of those are now part of the work program of the department, and I believe that all or most of them are likely to be resolved before the end of Q3, and perhaps certainly by the end of Q4. Honorable Ntwane's question. Thank you very much first for the comments, Honorable Ntwane, on the drivers of the high cost on electric vehicles. As I indicated, that would be the consumer subsidy. So, Chair, thank you for the questions. I have asked that the team take note of these questions, because even though I've given a response here, there are also some areas for us to mull over in the department and reflect on how these observations by members of parliament can help to strengthen our work further. So I hope that covers the issues, Chairperson, and we will try with the Q2 report to do better in reflecting additionally some of the areas that have come up here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. It's been a marathon session. And it is indeed commendable that you have achieved 97% of your non-financial targets and spent 98.9% of your budget and achieved a clean audit outcome. However, we will continue to monitor and do oversight over the department, because there are areas where improvement is required, areas that you have mentioned now in your response. Especially the filling of vacancies and the finalization of the fit-for-purpose organizational structure. With that, Minister, thank you very much. You are released to go to your meeting with AGOA, and we wish you well in your deliberations there. Committee Secretary, can we just have the agenda?
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to all members of the committee for this opportunity, and I will now take leave. Thank you very much.
Okay, so our last agenda item is the consideration of the 4th term program. Can we get into that immediately, Committee Secretary? And can you take us through the 4th term program?
We'll do so, Chair. I just want Margaret to share the program. Chair, as you can see, we had today's meeting, the AG's office, and the DTIC just completed the process. Chair, we're not meeting tomorrow, Chair. We have advertised on the company's amendment bill, Chair, and we have scheduled the 17th, 18th, and 20th to consider to hear the submissions from the companies on the company's amendment bill. We will forward all the submissions to members today, Chair, so they will have copies of all the submissions we receive. I think it's about 43 submissions that we've received, commenting on both bills, Chair, but the majority on the 2nd Amendment bill. Chair, then on the 24th of October, Chair, we will get a response from the legal advisor from Parliament as well as the department on the submissions received, and we will consider the first draft of the report. Chair, then after we scheduled, I think it's five days of deliberations on the company's amendment bill, or 6 days. The intention is to consider the draft A and B bills on the 8th of November, and with the formal consideration of the bills scheduled for the 14th. Chair, the copyright and the performance protection bills were referred back to the committee. There were some amendments to those 2 bills, Chair, and we've scheduled the 14th of November to consider those bills. We will be restricted to those amendments only, Chair. Chair, then we schedule a briefing by the NGP on the annual report and first quarter report. We will formally consider the ENF bills of the copyright performance amendment bills, Chair. And then we will also have a briefing by NAMISA on its annual and first quarter non-financial performance. Chair, on the 22nd, we'll have SANAS on the annual and first quarter report. Then on the 28th, we will have the CSIU on the progress made in terms of investigation into allegations of corruptions and maladministration at the NLC. And we will also get a briefing by the NPA on any prosecution in relation to the findings regarding allegations of corruption and maladministration at the NLC, as well as any challenges in this regard. Chair, the program is fluid. It's all dependent on the deliberations, and that on the company's amendment bill, the projection is that we complete by the 14th if we go up, Marco. But it's all dependent on the deliberations and whether the committee will conclude it by that date, Chair. That's the draft program, Chair, for the members' consideration, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Just remind me, I think we did adopt a fourth quarter program, but there are some amendments. Am I correct? Because of the legislation that we're dealing with.
Yeah, we didn't formally commit it because we just gave members a draft and with further adjustments to the program. So we will propose and members, the committee, adopt the program as the program chair for the fourth quarter.
Okay. Thank you very much, members. Can we have a move and a second for the adoption of the program? Honorable Mbuyani.
Chairperson, thank you very much once more. Chairperson, I propose that we adopt this program in principle, waiting for the changes, maybe if they are coming. But in principle, I propose that we adopt the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malamacha.
I second the proposal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. No objections. Honorable Moatse.
No, Chair, I'm covered.
Okay, thank you very much. Our program is duly adopted. Can we then just check with the committee secretary for our next meeting?
Chair, our next meeting will be on the 17th of October. We have no meeting scheduled for tomorrow, Chair. As indicated, I will distribute the folder with all the submissions to members with the copyright, with the companies, the two company bills and the principal act to it, Chair, this afternoon.
Thank you very much. It's been a good first meeting for this quarter. Thank you very much for your attendance. The meeting stands adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Long live the chair. Long live the chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Happy birthday, Chair.
Wow.
Whose birthday is it?
It's Chair.
It must be the chair of the study group. Definitely not the chair of the portfolio committee.
It's the chair of the subcommittee.
Yes.
Happy birthday, Comrade Mbuyani.
It's not me. It's the chair of the subcommittee, Malimecha.
Oh! Yeah. That's fine. Happy birthday, Comrade Chris.
Committee secretary.
Recording stopped.
Have a discussion.
Maybe it's a bit, maybe just 2 minutes, Chair.
Yeah. Okay.